call this meeting to order. This is a meeting of the Southfield City Council for Monday, September 9th. This meeting is being conducted as a committee as a whole. Ms. Banks, if you call the roll.
Thank you. Mr. Fracassi?
Here.
Mr. Frazier?
Here.
Mr. Lamb?
Here.
Mr. Moss?
Here.
Ms. Seymour? Here. Ms. Jordan? Here. Mr. Sizer?
Here.
You have 7 members present.
All right. As I sent notice out to the council that we might have an appointment tonight, we indeed do. So I'm going to turn the floor over to Ms. Banks, and she will introduce her nominee for Deputy City Clerk.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor and Council. In accordance with Section 5.9 of the Southfield City Charter, I am pleased to submit Mary Steflja for your confirmation as Deputy City Clerk. Ms. Steflja has been employed by the City of Southfield for the last 28 years. She started her career with the city in the building department. From there, she went to Human Services, 46th District Court, and then has worked in the police department, and most currently is the police records coordinator. Her years of experience working in the various city departments and with elected officials highlights her ability to meet the demands and expectations of the city clerk's office. She brings a wealth of experience and knowledge to this position. She is dedicated to the city of Southfield and committed to excellence in serving the public. In order to provide for an efficient transition of her current assignment to the clerk's office, I am requesting that council find an immediate need to act this evening. Her appointment will be effective September 30th of this month, and this will allow her a smooth transition in closing up business in the Record Center. I've talked with Chief Hawkins, and he seems fine with that time period, and Ms. Steflja is here this evening. If you'd like to meet her. Mary, would you like to come forward?
Come up, please. Some of us know Mary because we've been fingerprinted.
That's a good thing.
It's a requirement of public office, so I'll clarify that. Not for wrongdoing.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council.
How are you tonight?
Excited, nervous, a little bit of everything.
All right. Is there anything you'd like to add? Ms. Banks gave us your bio, your career with the city. Is there anything you'd like to add?
Other than I'd just like to thank you and welcome this opportunity if you were to confirm my appointment tonight. I've served the city for 28 years. I look forward to serving it many, many more years. I think Southfield is a beautiful community, a vibrant community that has a lot to offer the residents and the citizens, and my goal is to provide the citizens the best customer service that is out there.
Well, I will just say that in my very rare but a few occasions of dealing with you, your community or your public service, your customer service was superb. So I thank you for that, and think you would bring that to the clerk's office.
Thank you.
If there's anybody else on council who has something to say, Mrs. Seymour?
Well, I have no problem with the appointment. I think it's an excellent appointment. I have no question about that, but I do have some concerns. I wish this had come to us before, because I have some concerns about the salary. And I hate to have to discuss this in front of the appointee and designated appointee here, but I'm looking at her current salary is $51,479, I believe, and the proposed salary, I believe, is $70,000, which is a 36% increase. And then I'm looking at, and then in 6 months, she automatically gets 5% increase, which takes her to a 26% increase, if not more. And then when I'm looking at in the legal department, we have Don King, an attorney, too, who makes $58,000, and I think there's a huge disparity here, and it just seems to me this is moving it up too fast. it concerns me. I think that's a huge, I'm not saying, it's not a question of whether this person's worth it or not. It's what our practice has been and how this is way jumping over the norms. It concerns me. I don't think that's an appropriate beginning salary. Even, I mean, she has no background in the clerk's office. She has a wonderful, I think a wonderful resume. That's not the issue. So I am concerned that, I think that's way too high, and what do we do? You know, it sets a precedent, and we can't do the same thing for our other people. So I think it's just a huge, way too much, 21%, that's big, that's really big. I think there needs to be a period of time to work up to that.
Does the administration want to respond now, or Mr. Koski? That's okay.
I was just going to say, Mr. President, that I'm very familiar with what the deputy does, and I know that it's a difficult job, and not that the other individuals in other departments don't have responsibility as well, but that job keeps growing. You know, it's not just elections anymore, but it goes into so many different facets that I think that's what the job wages pay, and I think that's competitive with the other deputy clerks. So I see no problem with that. And I think that the resume is fantastic, and you know, I just feel that Nancy is very fortunate to get somebody with these qualifications jumping in at this particular time, and you know, she's got a lot of work to do and short of staff anyway. So I have no problem with this submitted.
Okay, Mr. Fraser?
Yeah, it's even, for me, it's even more basic than that. And that is, I don't believe for 1 minute that this bank put a blindfold on and took a dart and threw it at the dartboard and it ended up at $70,000. I think she worked very closely with the human resources folks, and if you have a complaint, the complaint is with our policy rather than with what the result of our policy. So if that's too much, then maybe we ought to change the policy, but I think it's an erroneous assumption to think that anything nefarious was done to get her from where she is to what is proposed. So I have absolutely no problem with what's been presented tonight. So if there is a concern, then maybe we ought to take a look at our policy.
Ms. Seymour, then Ms. Jordan, then
Yeah,
Mr. Lamb.
I want to respond. This is nothing nefarious was done. There's no question in my mind. But the point is, you take a person that was earning 51.5 basically, and jump it up to 36% increase to 70,000. When Steflja was here, she left at just under 80,000, 79,850. She started 11 years ago at 60,000, was up to 80. So this is I'm not saying she's not well qualified. She's very well qualified, but she doesn't have experience in the clerk's office. And this would be, with a lot of experience in the clerk's office, that would be what I expect to learn now. And like I said, I don't like having this discussion in front of this individual, but it doesn't seem, somehow it seems out of sync with everything else that we're doing.
Well, we have an open meetings act, so that comes to the territory.
I understand, and it's not personal, it's a matter of...
I'm sorry.
Yeah,
I
said it's not personal at all. It's the whole policy idea, and I think we're out of sync.
Okay. Ms. Jordan, next, then Mr. Lamb.
I tend to agree with Councilman Seymour. My concern is what the comparables are. What do we compare this salary to the previous position, that the previous person that was promoted into this position? Can you help me out there?
We did have a similar situation with a previous appointee, Steflja, who came from a secretarial administrative position in the mayor's office, and at that point, she went from her salary, it was a 37.9% increase when Steflja was appointed at that point. And the idea is that there really is a sizable jump when you move up to the management group. And you have to remember, in the management group, there's no overtime. That is a straight salary. So any of these extra hours that she's going to be working, all those extra hours at the election and everything else that they're doing, there's no extra compensation for it in the management group. So we do tend to take that into consideration when we're moving from the ACF positions into the management group range. So this increase proposed for Mary, and the other thing is that Mary was due for a step increase. I hate to talk about your salary in front of everybody, but we are. She was due for a...
Close your ears, Mary.
She was due for a step increase in a short period of time to $53,000, so we kind of looked at that as well. When Nancy and I talked about the salary, the idea was that this increase would put Mary, once she got with the appointment and then even with consideration for the 5% increase, in the middle of that range. And we do appreciate the fact that the management group employees have not gotten any increases as the rest of the staff since 2008. The thing is, the rest of the staff, though, is on a step system, and they all move to the top of the range automatically with a step system, and all the other employees, ACS employees, the union employees, as long as they had a contract, were moving through the ranges. The management group employees have not. So I think this may be something close to what Mr. Frazier was talking about with our policy, that we maybe want to explore that as well, so that the other individuals that Ms. Seymour was talking about, and that's a real issue for us, how the salary policy has affected the management group in the last few years.
So the pay grade within the management group, what's the earliest pay grade as a beginner in the management group, just coming into the management group?
The management group the management group ranges are very wide. That range goes from 62,411 to 84,438. 62,411.
Again, I totally agree with Ms. Seymour. I think when a person is just coming into the management group, to put them, almost at the end is a bit
Oh, no,
much.
but it's just bringing her to the middle.
To the middle, but you're just beginning into the management group. You don't have any experience in the management group yet.
Well, Mary's been managing and supervising a large staff of 4 people at a very busy counter with a lot of those challenges that are going to be happening at the clerk's office. She's become the expert and go-to person for the FOIAs in the police department, which is a very regular part of the job here. So there's quite a bit of comparability in the work that she's been doing as a supervisor of a large staff, and she's a supervisor of a supervisor in the police department. So there is a lot of comparability in that position. I agree, she's first coming into the management group position. But if you look at just the amount of, as I said, the amount of uncompensated overtime that's going to be involved in this position, it's like, she's getting 3 or 4, hours a week when she's working 12. So it really is a modest amount of an increase when you look at it that way.
Well, I said from the beginning, I really was concerned with this entire process. Initially, again, I have no problems with the appointment, but just the entire process on how this is done. I still have a lot of questions about it.
Mr. Lance was next, Mr. Moore, and you can leave.
Well, I have no objection to it. We're paying for experience, all those years of hard work, and gave her all this experience. She can come to this job just running and doing the job. So that's worth what she's getting.
All right, so Mr. Moss?
Yeah, I would just add to the discussion that the last time at this table we talked about an employee's salary, we're on the other end of things where we didn't have confidence in our HR, or we didn't, we weren't privy to the process in our HR, and we felt maybe we were shortchanging that employee, and now here we're feeling, maybe we don't have confidence in the process, that we're giving away too much. Because we're not in that process, we're not in the room, and we're kind of the final approving body, and I know that we're the arbiter, the final arbiter of those tax dollars, I have confidence that, you know, we're not just haphazardly setting salaries in the city of Southfield. So I'm comfortable with the amount. I know the amount that the job takes, especially with the staffing chart that was presented to us, I think, before Sue Silva's retirement, that the deputy clerk's position is taking on more responsibility than ever before. So it's, you know, it's several jobs in one. So I'm comfortable with it. I'm certainly more comfortable after hearing Lori's explanation of everything. And I don't know that I've met Mary, so I'm looking forward to working with you. I call often, so I might need some guidance, but we can help each other out as you learn the position. And I don't know if anyone else is ready to speak, so I'll move a Rule 10.
I just have one question, and it was what I mentioned about the attorney in the legal department, who was an attorney too. That's an exempt position. What is that classification? Is it similar to management position?
She's in management.
She
That
is
is a management position. Correct. Correct.
Well,
And
there's
that's
something wrong. She's in court every day. There's something wrong with her salary.
We have talked, Lori and I have talked extensively about some kind of a process where something like that can be done after 10 years.
I mean, you look at the disparity, and it's
Correct.
Correct. It's way out of kilter. That's all.
It is an anomaly of the process and the economy, just that particular situation exists.
Mr. Moss?
Yeah, I'll move the Rule 10.
Support?
Been moved and supported. All those in favor, signify by saying aye.
Aye.
All right. Ms. Banks, before we have a motion, would you like to say something?
Yes, first of all, I'd like to say thank you very much. And I'd also like to thank Lori for her help and her assistance and guidance. We worked very closely, considering last week was the holiday. Lori went me on the call of duty, and I tried to be very sensitive. And I want to say thank you. I know you were here with your family, or your family was with you celebrating, but thank you. I'd like to bring Mary back with her family and swear her in at the next regular meeting if it's
We haven't done anything yet.
Oh, I'm sorry, no, but I mean, if it's approved, at the next regular meeting, I would like to swear her in.
That would be very appropriate, so the
Thank you.
public would see who she is.
Absolutely, thank you.
Yes.
I move the approval of Mary Steflja, please, and the amount, with the recommendations of the city clerk.
Support?
Been moved by Mr. Conti, supported by Mr. Frazier, to approve the appointment of the deputy city clerk. All those in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Motion carries.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes.
I'm sure, Mary, congratulations.
I have something.
Yeah.
I just want to say welcome, but I did want to ask through the chair, how does this impact the police department? Are we planning on filling that position?
We will, Chief and I will get together on how to handle this particular situation. It is a good question, and this was something that as Nancy indicated, just got finalized over the weekend, so we haven't had a chance to discuss it. But one of the things that we're doing is, what is it, 2 weeks?
Well,
3 weeks?
Mayor, I talked with the chief, because I also did not want to leave him short. So I let him and Mary work out the length of time that they needed. But I also told the chief that whenever, if ever he needed her, I would be more than happy to work with her, and she would go over and help and assist until they can figure out what
That probably wasn't a good one.
Oh, you know what?
Excellent.
So, I promised the chief, because I also know what it's like when you lose someone, and, I want to work together, because as we're growing smaller, we have to work together.
Oh, yeah.
So,
Mr. Conti?
Yes, I am concerned about, I guess, sit here as a councilman, we approve things, but, we haven't looked at, pay ranges with employees, I don't think, in a long time. And if someone has fallen through the cracks, the individual was mentioned tonight, I would like to have that individual pay being looked at, so that it's not in line with what we have done to other people, that they be brought in line. I'm not just saying that we're gonna raise everybody's wages, but you know, I just think if there's that much differential in a person in management, then something's wrong somewhere as far as I'm concerned. And I'd like to have it all equalized if possible.
Mr. Fraser?
It's really not done that way, to make it equalized. The experience that I've had is each job is evaluated based on what work effort takes place,
That's what I
and
meant,
then,
equalized.
yeah, and then
Jobs.
an amount is assigned to that, and a range is assigned to that job. So there can be two people in management that look on the surface like they're doing similar jobs, but have different wage structures. So I agree with you that we need to make sure that we're fair, but not necessarily equal.
Yeah, but when I meant equal, I meant that those
Fair.
people are in management and doing same
Right.
rate in work, you know, that they be looked at and compensated for the work that they do, and the
Right.
obligation and responsibilities that they have. So,
I agree.
Well, all of that aside, I think the administrator noted it, but I want to welcome you to the, working with the council. We'll try to make it a pleasurable experience.
So that'll be a challenge.
All right, council, I'm going to move the agenda just slightly, and we're going to go to 3, because I think this would be a very quick item. Mr. John, would like you front and center.
Mr. Johnson, do I have to say anything?
Yeah, well,
You need to be prepared to say something. Let me get started.
Yeah.
We have a suggested, and I'd like to thank, at least that I know of, 2 members of council for entering into a dialogue on how we should, where we should land as a title, and I think we have a perfect one. We do not like the terminology emergency management having anything to do with the city of Southfield because of recent nomenclature changes initiated by the state. And so we took a look at this particular position, and also a recommendation by Bill Johns, who's the director of the department, and he indicates Homeland Security is the appropriate nomenclature as well. So we landed on emergency preparedness and Homeland Security, and I think it's a good definition of exactly what the role of the department and the role of the director is. So it's a slight deviation from the cover letter, but Sue Ward has prepared the new resolution.
Well, they didn't, the new ordinance, so that's what you see.
If you're all in agreement, this will just advance, this is really, we're just talking about a title change to make it more clear that this is not an emergency manager that's been way too much in the news. So if you're all comfortable with this, I'll go around and get a consensus. I know the mayor wants to say something first, but then we will move this to the September 23rd consent agenda for official action. So, Mayor, the floor is yours.
I just wanted to say that the emergency preparedness, it just flows out of Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness Directive. Because I have to say this so often, when you start off with the emergency preparedness, the Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness is a preference. Because if you start with that, it doesn't go into the emergency part. When Mr. Johns was brought on, and I brought him to council, we had that discussion, and the concern was, we've talked to Jim about this, and it's just a title change. There are some other things that he is implementing, and this will allow him to also shape the department based on the emergency preparedness. And I feel it's a really good thing, and it aligns us with grants and other things that we'll need. So that's a piece that is very important.
So, Mayor, you're recommending that we just flip the order?
Yes.
Director of Homeland.
Homeland Security Emergency Preparedness.
Yes.
Anybody have a problem with that? All right, I'll go around and ask for consensus that we move this to the 23rd.
I have no objections.
Mr. Lance, Ms. Seymour?
I support it, I'm just wondering why are we waiting till December 1st?
No.
Oh,
Or-
well, I was just kind of timing it out, so it would be introduced at the September 23rd meeting,
Okay.
then enacted at the October 21, that would be the next regular,
Okay.
and then by the time we publish, it would be mid-November, so I
Okay.
thought
It's
just
an
to
ordinance.
come
That
up
makes
with
sense.
a,
I was just curious.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I mean, I could move it up to mid-November, we'd probably hit that, but
I was trying to mess things up.
You know, I'm not the one who changed the name last minute, but I'm okay with whatever.
I might add that we had a conversation with the authority in the state on the nomenclature, and the individual said whatever we land on is good. He was comfortable with what we had, so I know he'll be comfortable with the reverse of it.
All right,
That's
Mr.
fine.
Frazier? And I'm fine. So, Mr. Johns, you're spared of having to say anything, and, I know you're relieved. So, we will be moving this to September 23rd.
Thank you.
All right.
Good presentation. Stood up there, you look good, and you were...
Man, a few words.
All right, we are going to move on to item 2 on our agenda, which is the discussion of the proposed redevelopment of the former St. Bede's church site.
Good evening. This item was originally scheduled for the site plan review committee, but given the sensitivity of the location, it was discussed to bring it to full council as a study item. If things go well, it is scheduled to be heard at your September 23rd regular meeting. What we have is the former St. Bede site, which is approximately 9.45 acres. We have a mixed-use development proposal from Arkin Jonah and his team. Mr. Spence is going to give a brief overview of the site and site conditions, and then we have the developer and his team here to make a presentation, and then all of us will be available to answer any questions that the council may have. Mr. Spence?
Once again, we're not approving this tonight, this is just a review.
Good evening, Mayor and
Site
Council.
plan.
The property itself, as Terry has already mentioned, is the old St. Bede's property, northwest corner of Southfield Road and 12 Mile. Currently, the property has 2 zonings on it. It has a residential zoning, R2, single-family residential, as well as a very small sliver of P-vehicular parking that was rezoned earlier this year for the Southfield Funeral Home property. That property was never sold to Mr. Yono, so it is still part of the St. Bede's Church property. So we are looking at a rezoning of the property to 2 separate zonings. It will be B2, which is a planned business zoning across the frontage of Southfield Road and 12 Mile Road, approximately 4.74 acres of land. The balance of the property then would be proposed for a multiple family medium rise at RMM. With regard to the site plan itself, the petitioner is proposing 3 separate uses on the property, mixed use. We're looking at a standalone Applebee's restaurant, 5,400 square foot restaurant.
Can you get that higher or move it towards you or something, because everybody's in line and can't, I
Why don't you,
can't see.
why don't you move just over a little bit? That's fine, that's fine. Can you see it okay?
Yeah, right.
Actually, I'm going to turn this on its head so that actually north is up for you here. So again, as I noted, a 5,400 square foot Applebee's restaurant standalone, as well as 30,000 square foot retail center in 2 separate buildings, here and here. The balance of the property then in the RMM multiple family medium rise would be for 120 apartments on the property itself. They are looking at, I will say, a number of waivers on this property as a relationship to this request. Not only are there waivers for parking, but there are also waivers for setback for garages that will be along 12 Mile, and then also along the north property. Also looking for setback for the building along 12 Mile Road. Also setbacks between the buildings themselves are also required, and setback requirements, so that would need to be met for the community building. So there are upwards of approximately 8 separate zoning and Board of Appeals waivers that would be required in order to do this project. With that, what I'm going to do is I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Jonah, have him explain his project a little bit more.
Good evening, Mr. Jonah, and if you give your business address for the record.
Good evening. My name is Erkin Jonah, 4036 Telegraph Suite 201 in Bloomfield Hills. Mr. Mayor, Council, thank you for having us here tonight. We started with this property, I've got with us tonight Jason, who leads our construction, Marty, who does the architectural, and I've also got my boss, my son, Jordan, that runs the show here. Thank you. We started with this project in late '06. We actually had the property under contract 6-7 years ago now. And the Archdiocese was stuck on a very big number, and I don't need to tell anyone what's happened in real estate 07 on. We dealt with them a year and a half ago before the big box that wanted to come in, and there was grand thoughts of doing what they were going to do there, and I don't have to tell you what happened there either. We came back on the scene. We've actually closed on the property. The Archdiocese doesn't own it anymore. We actually bought it. And our vision of the property was to have mixed use. Retail along the Southfield corridor and residential to help buffer the uses between the retail and the residential to the west. What we're looking to do is an Applebee's restaurant at the northern end. If I can address the Applebee's. The Applebee's is the Applebee franchisee in the state is currently the Showstack family. We've got an agreement with them to build this. This particular building for Applebee's will be the first in the state of Michigan. Probably at the time we were talking about this, it was either the second or the third throughout the country. So it's a brand new building, a brand new setting, and a brand new look for Applebee's. They're eventually going to be looking to remodel or rebuild a lot of the buildings to meet this. This will be their showpiece in the state. If I may, I'll touch on the residential, and Jordan will come up in the presentation on the retail portion. We looked at the residential in the community, and we find that there is a need for newer, more upscale units of units that will be what we're looking to do is actually 30 units of one bedroom and 90 units of two bedrooms. We've looked at elevations, we've looked at type of product. You know, it started off, we had the typical residential, colonial-looking building, arched roof, and what have you. And after speaking with people, it's brought to our attention that we need to have something different and more just different, be cool, to be able to draw the younger crowd or the people that don't need that home anymore. We looked at buildings that are in Royal Oak and looked at buildings in Birmingham, and we had some different buildings sent to us from different communities throughout the country, and we mimicked and came up with something that is fresh, is contemporary, that would service what we feel more, it could service a higher rent, really. We've done some schematics of the interiors. and some color coordination of,
I'm not sure what you...
of the interiors and the outside of the buildings. Mixed use. In a mixed use, we're looking to have participation between the restaurant, the retail, and the residential to be used to try to make as much use of the parking and the flow and the walkability of the properties. We felt, you know, looking at this area, we put in a clubhouse and a little notch out and the pool area that would be open and give it a more of an open feel. We allocated all of the open areas in one area. That's why we see the buildings together a bit. There are issues with parking. We feel very comfortable with parking. We've done this before where we've used a 1.5 per unit parking, and we know that it works because we own properties that service it by 1.5. Southfield's ordinance is 2.5 cars per parking. We've also engaged a traffic consultant to tell us how to deal with the traffic, the in and out of the traffic, how to deal with the parking, and to tell us, just to make sure that this thing works. I get Jordan up here to talk about the retail, and we'll answer any questions.
You work at the same address, correct?
Yes, I do. Thank you, Dad. Good work, and there'll be no raise for you today.
It's not what we're paid.
Well, I would like to discuss a little bit about the retail portion of the project with you. First, I'd like to start at the corner. We did do a little area for the memorization of St. Bede's Church. It does have fences with pillars around it. It is a showpiece right at the corner. And then moving to the retail buildings. There are 2 buildings. They're not connected, only with a small decorative
Put that all over to you just a little bit, I think.
Yeah.
I just switch easels.
Well, no,
How's that? Better?
You can push that over, Terry. I think we need to move a little more so we can talk about it.
Yeah.
That's good?
I know I don't look as good as Vanna White.
Thank you. The retail portion is 2 separate buildings, 15,000 square foot each, total of 30,000 square feet. The materials we'll be using on this building would be a proposed red brick, also with a smooth finished limestone, and also a natural finished limestone. This product we just recently finished using at a site in Big Beaver, which we do have pictures of. Yeah. We just finished using some of the same products in Troy off of Big Beaver.
Can you pass the product around?
And Alpine.
This? That weighs enough.
Well, I just want to see it.
That
That one.
We just finished using this product in Troy. It is a split-face limestone. It is a natural stone. It turned out, in our minds, very good. There's a few pictures here. If you're ever on Big Beaver Road, right by, very close to Somerset, just east of the mall, if you want to take a look at the products, it would be the same product we're proposing here. One thing that we did do with the retail portion is create outdoor seating between the buildings and on the ends. And we did connect this to the residential phase. We wanted to bring this into a mixed-use development where the 2 phases complement each other. There would be for the residential portion, we were going to propose another entrance here where we'd be able to, we would be able to connect these entrances and make it more walkable for the residents and the surrounding community. Right now we've projected about half of the building half the buildings to be some sort of food users, either fast casual or sit down, and the rest would be general retail. We did work very closely with Jeff and Terry, which have been a very big help, give us some ideas, and we did raise the 2 points of the building to give it more, give it a better look on the corners and more sustainable look. And then,
Jordan, you started to say, and then you were interrupted. Between the two buildings, is it a canopy or?
it is open area, but we do propose a walkthrough and also outdoor seating.
Okay.
We left enough room for it on the ends.
Maybe you could point out, I think you had like a clock.
Yes, sir.
It's a sculptural piece that ties the buildings together as an arch, but it's open underneath for passageways, right? Yep, right there. That's another perspective.
So we wanted to connect the two phases of the development together, and that's one way where we would be able to draw the residents to the retail. Hopefully they complement each other. If there's any questions, we'd be more than happy to answer.
I will have to finish.
That's, yeah, I'm done with the retail portion. If there's any questions.
Once again, we're just asking questions this evening. This is not a proposed, and this is the copy.
Yeah, I think the development looks really nice. I have questions more with planning than I do with the project, meaning that, for years we have, when we've had projects built, we have been able to, I know, I'm telling my age again, but we used to do studies, and one study that I think is really missing here, and not to tell the developer how he intends to use the property, but we have a ton of apartments. We got 17,000 units of apartments in the city, and half of them are in kind of trouble, and a lot of them we'd like to see tore down because we have more than the market calls for. But you can't just say that, you have to have support for it. And right now I don't have the support for what I'm saying, other than the fact that I know we've had a lot of vacancies and problems in multiples in the city. Outside of that, the only other thing that I could add to this that I would like to see along Southfield Road that's burned to match the rest of the commercial that we have improved on Southfield Road, meaning Target and Home Depot. We have it all burned so that it gives a nice appearance from Southfield Road, and also hides the cars. And if I use my example, kitty corner to this in Lathrop Village, we don't have any berms, and it just, it's not a very pleasing look when you drive down the street and you just see a parking lot. It kind of actually takes away from the beauty of the buildings. When you're looking at cars first, and then you see the building. The other thing that I'm not too pleased with is the 12-mile road portion. On Providence Drive and Greenfield, where we have the Clock Tower development, they asked them to berm the side, which would be 12-mile road side, to berm that so that you don't see that much of the shed and trucks and things like that, the appearance looking from 12-mile road north. And we also did that with the shopping center at Mount Vernon and Greenfield. Both shopping centers, we have requested that same kind of a treatment so that the appearance of the side yards would have a tendency, and I'm not talking about the whole way, I'm talking just where the commercial product is. Other than that, I think that it's a nice development and something that we really should be pleased to come into the city.
If I could respond to Mr. Fracasse's comment. Sure. And those are good suggestions, and we could incorporate some berming into the project. However, maybe it wasn't fully explained. what we heard from Lathrop Village, what we heard through the neighborhood meetings, and we had a subsequent follow-up meeting with the neighborhood, the businesses. We had about 40 to 50 people attend in the spring. They wanted a more urbanized look. So what we tried to do, Mr. Perkowski and the rest of the council, is work off of the gateway feature at the corner as a small urban plaza. We have wrought iron fencing and brick piers that we've carried throughout the up Southfield to the north entrance and across 12 Mile to the entrances. So there'll be brick piers with some wrought iron fencing. Then we have a low evergreen hedge screens the fronts of the car. In more of the traditional suburban settings where you have these large berms, in many instances they completely block the view of the center, and we're trying to find a happy median. This is a more urban upscale development. We're tying in the wrought iron fencing and the brick piers and the limestone caps to play off of some of the architectural elements of the building. We certainly could work some berming in, but I think that too much berming would detract from the overall appearance of the center and take it away from establishing gateway. But we're still good comments, and those are some fine tuning that we can do.
Terry, I said this before, that when we have a plan, then we better stick to the plan. And the plan was to enhance not only the properties that are on Southfield Road, but also Southfield Road itself, being bland. And that's how Home Depot and Target and everything else that's been built on Southfield Road has berms. It doesn't have to be that high maybe, but you know, if you look at kitty corner from across, and I don't know why Lathrop has such a anyway, they should take care of their own city. But anyways, I just think that cars in front of a development take away from the development. And you know, I guess that, you know, I guess I lived with this. You know, I had a town and country down the street there. And when I came before the city, I wanted all green grass in front of my office building and store, parking on the side and the back, because I thought it was cleaner, neater, and was what everybody, after I built mine, is when everybody else did the same thing. And they changed the ordinance, and now everything is green, all the rest of the office buildings. And I think if you look at the comparison of where my store is and what they did down the other buildings, you'll see that there's a whole difference in looking warm and inviting as far as cold and empty. And when you get through in the wintertime, you'll see just snow all piled up, and it'll be higher than the bushes, and that's what you're going to see, as opposed to a nice berm and some green.
We can work on that.
And I just, you know, it's a shame to mess up such a beautiful building, that the first thing you see is cars and trucks and whatever comes there to shop, and it does. It takes away. If you look at any shopping center today, Mr. Jonah, look at Greenfield Road at the other two. Pardon?
Jordan. Mr. Jonah over there.
He's calling one to Jonah.
Only one Mr. Jonah in the room.
All right, you step over this side. But I hope you know what I mean. And it's not to offend anybody with the design of that, but I just think that parking lots are the ugliest things and take away the most from a development that could happen.
I know he's itching to respond. I just, again,
I
agree with your comments.
I got to give my point of view.
I agree.
Because, like I said, I can take you to several places. Matter of fact, look at that dump that's next door, north of this development, and with no berms.
Right.
And it's not attractive at all. You know, but then you go down and you see the Jewish vocational school berm, and then you see Home Depot. All of a sudden, and then we got the new one with Starbucks and that, and the condos all are bermed.
Right.
It takes on a real nice look on Southfield Road. And don't forget, and you mentioned, this is the entrance to Southfield. That stuff on the other side south of that is not Southfield. And I think that we have to look really sharp that you're in the city of Southfield. And I guess last, I'm really surprised that you're unable to maybe work out so that maybe you would get this new concept that Kroger has, the new store that they have. And I say that because, like I say, I know Southfield because I was raised here, but you know, there's not a grocery store anymore from Myers east. Nowhere. The entire city does not have a supermarket anymore. And supermarkets at Evergreen and 12 Mile Road is, there are no grocery because I was in it, only has 3 lanes of groceries, really. You have prescription and bank, and the rest is all fluff. It's, 2 aisles of beverage and 4 aisles of chips and a couple aisles of frozen, but mostly there's no groceries in it. But today's grocery stores, like 50 Mile and Lasher, where there's nice fresh produce, open up the door and see fresh fruit, flowers and things like that. Plus Kroger has a new concept. I thought that maybe we could work in maybe a grocery store, but I'm not telling you what to put in your store, but I show that there is a need for a grocery store. So we have Hillers and Myers. There's nothing north, there's nothing south, all the way to the expressway. So Later Village doesn't have a supermarket, nor does Southfield. That's too bad.
Again, just for the council, I completely agree with Mr. Percassi. I don't like looking at a sea of asphalt. The intent here is an urban fencing with brick piers, 30 inches, 36 inches high, will screen all the fronts of the cars. That doesn't mean that we can't incorporate some undulating berm. With regard to Home Depot, I know they're interested in trying to remove that berm and some of the landscaping and build some out parcels because they feel like now that the landscaping is so mature, they're screened from view. So I completely agree with you. I just want the council to understand that we are trying to create a gateway, and this development will set the tone for future development. We can incorporate a lot of the urban elements into future redevelopment along Southfield.
Sure, just let me just say this to you. Today with technology as it is, you can do a berm and put the trees in there that will say, what are they going to look like in 25 years? And I can't help that the person who did landscaping for Home Depot and Target didn't have an architect that looked at the landscaping and see what those trees and the kind of trees they planted would take away from their building. But there are trees that do not hide buildings and they look attractive. But I really, and to me it has to happen, is you cannot look at the trucks on 12 Mile Road.
Okay, we hear you. I know you had some comments.
By any means, I'm not a politician, but I
I'm not
agree with
either,
both of you.
go ahead.
I agree with both of you, because we just did a project a couple years ago in Bluefield Hills, a Long Lake and Woodward, the southeast quadrant, and we used what you're talking about, Mr. Picazzi, to screen the cars. We used a hedgerow of 36-inch yews that completely screened it. I believe, when you do a straight line of one thing or you berm it all, you've got such a long stretch here, I don't think it looks natural. I think that you need a combination of what you're talking about and what Terry's talking about. Combine it and do something that looks almost natural. Have it meandering so that
fine.
you could. So you could.
Fine, I agree with you.
We can accomplish what you're talking about.
It doesn't have to be like a wall. It can be down. It can be nice.
That's my suggestion.
If you want to deface your place, put in the biosphere.
Mr. Lance is next.
I am going to be severe with you.
So's my wife.
I think it's for your good.
Thank you.
All this architecture looks like the stores down in Dearborn, which are closed, and Detroit. All these are old-fashioned architecture with all your windows like that, and all your spaces above the windows. It looks just like Detroit. Shuttered buildings, and that's what's going to look like in 5 years from now. All this design is not correct for this area. If you want to do something beautiful, this is not beautiful.
Well, what do you suggest?
The architect should know better than giving you this. Okay? I don't know who he is, I have no... This looks like a factory. This is not here.
It's
And
a very
in 5 years-
expensive factory, I can tell you that.
I know.
Not like...
You're making a mistake. Now, the stuff you have down here, that you built in Royal Oak and other places, it's not the same. This is old-fashioned compared to this.
You're talking about the architecture, the own this building at Long Lake and Telegraph, or this Long Lake and Woodward,
Well, look at
or
the,
in Big Beaver,
there's a difference.
right
There's a difference than what you have here. Look at, again, take this away, look again at your rendition now.
You know, this didn't just happen.
I know.
We spent a lot of time going back and forth. I think we must have had this probably schemed
Doesn't
who
make
knows
it
how
right.
many.
Doesn't make it right.
Yeah.
In my eyes, in my longevity of living and knowing all about this, this is not nice. And you could do better. Okay, I'm only giving you an opinion of mine, what I think.
All right, Mr. Moss is next.
Wait a minute.
Oh, I'm sorry,
Yeah.
I thought you said you were done, sir.
No, if I hesitate, I'm not done. I'm just thinking. You're building, or you're trying to build a beautiful area in that acreage over there. You're building an upscale apartment house. What, tell me about your rentals. What do you call upscale?
Well, we're looking
What do you
at,
expect to move into your apartment?
we're looking at the units, the one bedroom going $1,100-$1,200. The two bedrooms going anywhere between $1,400, $1,500, $1,600. And, you know, we feel that there's a true market for this. We think that, you know, I'm involved in development of residential units downtown on the riverfront, and I'm involved in the redevelopment of 13 and Woodward in cooperation with Beaumont. And in both those two areas, we find that there's a true and a major need for units that are, wow. And people will pay that extra $200, $300, $400 a month in rent to be able to have that. And that product, you know, we've gone 6, 7 years, 8 years with virtually no development of any new apartment product. In Southfield, I can't tell you how long, but this product doesn't exist. It doesn't exist anywhere within 5 miles of here.
Let's see the rendition of the apartment.
Okay? It doesn't exist anywhere here. We know that this will resell. People will make it a destination and to be here because it's nowhere around.
Want my answer?
Yes, sir.
I don't think so. That'll be obsolete looking in 5 years. Look at the I'm shocked at the architecture. It's not nice. It's just the same building windows. The inside looks all right. Not complaining about the outside. Go anywhere in Detroit and you'll see that type of brick house. You don't want that. You're in Southfield now.
Yes, sir.
I think I know what I'm talking about. But my eyes see differently than yours, baby. Your buildings will build right, build beauty. That's not beauty. Okay, I mean, the type of business you're gonna bring in your strip, what do you call it, strip mall?
You could call it strip mall.
Let's
Retail
see a
space.
picture of it, let's see a picture of the business. You look at that, and a year from now, it'll be old fashioned. There's nothing beautiful about it, the way you look in this architecture. I may be wrong,
You know,
but I want beauty.
It's beauty, but what I can tell you that we use natural products.
I'm not talking about the products.
Right, but
Talk
the
about
natural
design.
product is, in the design of it, we try to make it as classic as possible and to be everlasting. And, you know, that's this is the first time we've ever had this.
I know.
Where someone is telling us that this won't look good. And we like to use a combination of brick, stone,
I'm not complaining
rough
about the
stone.
composition of the building.
Okay.
I'm complaining about the designs you have there. They're not new. And you have the opportunity to have new.
Okay.
You know, another thing, I'm going to be very frank. To have an upscale apartment house in Southfield, you're going to have trouble. Because of what's happening now, today, in Southfield and all the other cities. We're not Birmingham, we're not Bloomfield, we're Southfield. That rent is too expensive for Southfield. That area, they're not gonna come in and pay you that rent. Too high. It's a beautiful inside, I don't like the outside. I made notes. The traffic. All right, you're gonna get the experts to change the traffic flow, I hope. Okay, that may work. Now, from 12 on is where you have the businesses. What kind of business are you gonna put in there?
In the retail portion?
Yeah.
Well, we're looking at approximately 30,000 square feet. We're looking at close to half to be food, and the other half to be retail users.
What type of retail?
You know, we'd like to have soft good users, maybe clothing, service tenants.
You're gonna have check cashing companies?
No, sir.
You're gonna have the kebab restaurants?
I'll tell you, we just had dinner before we came here. Right next door, it was real good. I said, get their card.
You
We
have
get their
plenty of
card, I'd love
those.
to have them in
You
our
have
site.
plenty of those across the street from you on Southfield Road.
You know, people tell us about competition. We believe in buying the absolute best intersections. We pride ourselves, and you can look at our portfolio. We buy nothing but the best corners, and we develop what we feel is the most appropriate, convenient, well-looking real estate. And, you know, it's worked for us. We have a tremendous amount of real estate throughout the state, and we do the same thing over and over again, and it truly works. And I can tell you that our occupancy factor is, I hate to brag, knock on wood.
Oh, you can brag.
But our occupancy rate is phenomenal.
Okay.
We are above industry standards. And it's simple. You have the best corner and put up the best product, develop it in a way where it's convenient.
I agree with
and
you.
it's easy for your customers, and it works all day long.
I agree with you. Things are changing, and you don't realize it. Can't put words into your mouth. And I shouldn't even be saying this, but they know what I'm talking about, but they won't tell you that. I will. All right, hey, I can't stop
it's
you.
an opinion. I can't argue with your, everyone has an opinion. I just know, we already bought the property. That's how confident we are in the intersection.
I followed every step you did.
Okay.
Okay? that's not good enough for now, and it'll be worse in the near future. So it's not pretty enough. You don't give it that something that people will say, boy, that's nice. Go to Rochester on Illinois and Walden, opposite Crittenton. Look what they built there.
I own that property.
All right, good for you.
I just happen to own that piece of real estate.
It's beautiful, isn't it?
Yes,
It's beautiful. It's not like this. All right, it's good. I'm glad you own that.
We do, and we
But
did
this
a
isn't as
tremendous
nice-
job there.
This isn't as nice as you have there. That's why I brought it up.
You know, I think this is nicer.
Good luck to you.
All right, we're gonna move on then. Mr. Moss is next.
This is why he's trying to stop me.
We've heard you, Mr. Moss.
Huh?
We've heard you.
No, you didn't really hear me. Go ahead.
All right.
I have several questions. Why didn't you consider lofts over the retail? I'm just curious, I'm not, I think that would have been something, that would have been really different.
Yeah, it works in certain areas. I don't know if it would work at this site. I think that the only way we'd like to develop residential is to separate it from everything else. I think that you need that exclusivity, and I think that you need that higher, better appearance.
Do you have any other properties that have lofts above them, or? Here's where I'm going with this, because I think, Sid and I have disagreed before, so we'll disagree again. I think I'm pleased with the architecture, and I'm very pleased with the living space. And I think that if you're confident, and I trust you on this because you're in this business, if you're confident that this living space is going to really be the place to be, I would think that maybe even in addition to this, giving the people who live there, kind of a little mini, urban area, I think that lofts should be an element to that. And if you feel that, or if you find and we find that the apartments are successful, I'd like to see maybe a second story eventually built on this property. For now, I'm not going to oppose it because there aren't lofts. But is there a way that, in the future, if you feel that this is a living environment that's really so unique that it's attracting people to come to this intersection Southfield, would you consider maybe lofting above it in the future?
Once you build this,
can't do it.
Going back to loft is a construction nightmare.
Okay.
We could look at the idea of having loft units, a certain amount of loft units within the complex. We've done a couple schematics of the residential units, but what we like to do is, within the 120 units, we'll have 3 separate categories. We'll have more of a little bit more, I don't want to say traditional, but a real easy transitional. We'll have a contemporary, and maybe we'll look at a loft. We like to have, the same size units, but with different finishes. People like carpet, people like wood floors, people like marble. And we'll change it up. And let me tell you, I'm the last one to do the interior decoration. We've got an interior designer that'll take that over and do what they need to do with the interiors.
In terms of the retail, and you might have touched on this before, I think you said half food, half just general retail. Do you have a thematic, or something that you're really, really targeting after? I see the struggling strip mall just to the north of you. I see the struggling strip mall across the street. Is it just because it's new and the design is so different, you're going to attract something different, or are you going after a specific niche, do you think?
Well, I've met with the people to the north of us. I think that when we develop ours, we'll eventually help theirs.
I agree with that.
We've talked to them about a possible connection.
And that was another question of mine.
We've agreed in principle. We've got documentation out. It's not done till it's done. But, in retail, in this type of retail where it's convenience-oriented, easily accessible, with convenient parking, works. With all due respect to the Abraham, they've got a property that is not on the road, it's developed perpendicular to the road with no exposure. You're on Southfield Road. Southfield is an artery. This is main and main in our eyes. Retailers, how do I explain this? Retailers use a shopping center as merely a background for their sign on a major artery like this. Retailers want to be seen, and what we give them here is as much exposure as you can get. Who needs to do a car count on Southfield? I mean, my traffic engineers will do that, but as far as I'm concerned, there's nothing to talk about. This is main and main. You're at 12 Mile, and you're at Southfield.
Yeah, my next question was actually, I do think that this is going to help the property to the north, and I'm glad that you're talking about a connectivity between that.
And we've even offered to, we set a certain standard in our tenancy and our rentals and what we do with the property. There will be tenants that won't want to pay the rents that we'd like to get, that will probably be fitting for them, and we do that. It's a way of doing business. And by the way, I believe that when we do this, it brings that much more exposure to the intersection. It brings that many new tenants to the property, and it doesn't just help us, it helps the whole, it helps us to the south and it helps us to the north. The Michigan ICSC, the International Council of Shopping Centers, is having a bus tour in the next week to October. This is one of the stops. They want to talk about how and what we're developing. And the second stop is at Walton and Livernois to show how we developed that one also. So this is a definite statement in the real estate in the shopping center community. What you're seeing is what works.
Question, and that might be for our planner, in terms of timeline. I know that we're discussing, refacing Southfield Road. How does that match up to the construction timeline? What have we come any further to figuring out what we're actually agreed with the other sharing communities of what we're doing with Southfield Road, and how is this going to impact?
We have our city engineer can correct me if I say something wrong, but we're probably about 6 years away from any realistic. We are just in the environmental review phase, which is an 18-month process. Each community has weighed in. I've attended a number of the quarterly meetings. There are 6 or 7 different prototypes that are still being discussed, and it's likely that there'll be different prototypes for different portions and sections of the road. These guys are aware of the right-of-way easement requirements. They have to get sign-off from the Road Commission of Oakland County and work with our city engineer. So there's nothing that we will be doing that will have to be undone or will cause problems because the Road Commission's project is within the right-of-way. So this is consistent as much as it can be, but we're still at least 6 years away from anything major happening on that road. We also have shared these plans with the City of Lathrop Village administration. They're much more happy about this proposal than the previous one, and they think that it design-wise fits in with some of their longer-term plans as well.
In terms of timeline in City Hall, when does it come back to us, in what form?
In 2 weeks, we hope that you'll hold a public hearing on the rezonings and act on the approval of the site plan and special use. Some of the details that we're talking about, that's what the feedback is. We've got a couple weeks to work on it, and we have some conditions that are required with regards to waivers and so forth. But these guys made a commitment to try to break ground and get development going this year, and they asked to be fast-tracked within our 90-day process, and we're on track for that.
All right, those are all my questions.
Okay, next, Mr. Frazier and Ms. Gordon.
Just a couple of quick questions. And one of them is sort of a piggyback on what Jeremy just asked, and that is, would your design of this piece of property be any different if you knew that down the road that Southfield would become a boulevard?
We've actually met with the road commissions, we've had our traffic engineers meet with them. And what we're looking at is the row of parks that are along Southfield will eventually go to that right away. And that's why we've done, we like to have a minimum 3 rows of parks. We put another row of parks up here to service the retail, although the retail doesn't really need this row of parks. And the only thing that we would have done different is move the buildings up a little bit more, and the row of parks that's to the west that is buffered by the garages for the apartments, that row of parks would have been on the apartment side. So it was kind of a struggle, and that's why we're talking about the variances of what we need. But as far as the retail is concerned, it's safe, even though this row of parks goes away. And as far as the apartments are concerned, the row of parking that's along the eastern edge of the garages and the landscape buffer would be used for apartments. So and within the apartment, within the residential site itself, we're at 1 and 1.5 cars, what we feel very comfortable with another 50 parking spaces in reserve just in case we don't hit the mark.
Okay, that's almost like committee detail rather than broad.
No, we've taken all that, because we've met with the road commission, we've looked at their plans, and they're working out details of where the roundabouts and all that good stuff.
Okay. Now, the other question that I have is, on the drive-through that you have there, is that a concept, or is that something that's a little more firm than a concept?
Right now, a concept.
Okay, the reason I say that is, it seems to be as far away from the drive coming off of Southfield Road as you can get. So there needs to be some kind of way-finding signs or something so that people coming in from Southfield knows that it's down there.
We'll have traffic control, and that's the only place that a drive-through could go, because remember, the drive, it has to be on the driver's side, so you can't really do it here, not have enough stacking. Plus, doing it here, there's a lot of conflict with the ins and outs.
Yeah, so
that's probably the most convenient and best spot to do.
And if anybody comes off a 12 mile into that, they have to go all the way around in order to get in the stacking lane.
There's plenty of stacking areas right there.
Yeah. Okay. It just seemed like it was at an odd place for someone to kind of happenstance upon that one corner. But you've already taken care of it. You've already taken care of it, so okay. That's my question.
Ms. Jordan?
Yeah, my first question was a piggyback on Councilman McCarthy, and you even indicated that you buy the best corners. This is Main and Main. And I'd like to see a little bit more landscape farming at this corner, because this is a gateway into our city. Can you agree to something a little bit better than what you have proposed?
Absolutely.
Okay, so you can give us something nice.
I'm open to landscaping and the appearance. I'm all for that.
Okay, because it has to be there for this corner of the city.
You got to say wow when you pull up.
That's right. That's the word I'm looking for, is the wow factor. What's the total cost of this project?
I can't say that if my wife hears about it. This project will probably get up to between $16 to $17 million, probably a little bit more.
Okay. Is it going to be developed in stages, or what's the phase for completion?
All is one. It's all going to be.
You start digging, first shovel in the ground, your goal, and you will be completing the entire project. You're not going to build a strip mall and then put the apartments on hold.
This is all is one project.
Okay, that's good. Tell me about the parking garages. I'm not quite sure what do they look like in home?
It's do you have a handout of this? The parking garages are going to go along the stretch of the western end of the residential and along the northern end. The northern end is where we needed a variance, but it backs up to another parking lot. So it's not really, in this area is a variance, but it's backing up the landscaping that's ours also with the retail. Garages are per unit. They're, if you want to rent the garage, you have a parking space within the garage. It's your own garage door. It's completely separated, and you have your own lock and use your own system.
So is there any way, I guess I've seen some apartment homes where the garage is connected in terms of safety, where you don't have to park here and then enter something.
Or underneath or on the side.
Right. Can that be considered, or have you considered that?
We have, that was scheme number 22, I believe. We did look at that, and what happens when you do that, it takes away a lot of our density. We're trying to make this work. You need a certain amount of units to make the project viable. And if you do what you're talking about, it takes away probably a third of our density. When you have garages lined up all in one row, it helps us merchandise the buildings much better.
Okay, is there any way that this can be a gated community?
You need a lot more density to make gated communities work. You need to have 300, 350 minimal units. Yeah. As far as on 12 Mile, it's not gated. Along, we control traffic between the retail and the residential. We've gated it, and you need your swipe. You need your key swipe to. It shows between. You need your key swipe so that what we're doing there is we're trying to limit cut-throughs. 12 Mile, people turning left, trying to skip the light and go to Southfield or Southfield coming in and cutting in through our unit. There's not enough here to be able to do a gated community because the cost of maintaining the gate and security is just, when you have 24/7 guard service, it's an item.
My last question has to do with, just in terms of the retail. I would hate, you said you ate at the Mediterranean restaurant. I would hate to see you pull that tenant over to your development and then you're left with, empty tenant over here. Are you going to go outside of Southfield to find some good tenants for these properties? How we like to lease and how we merchandise and market our properties, we own better than 75 different properties throughout the state. And we will lease from our own community. We believe in giving the tenants that are already our tenants the first right to this space. We also believe in trying to keep from leasing the property till we are under construction. What happens is when we keep a property from pre-leasing, we get a much better tenant at a much better rate for the property. This will definitely have a different tenant. I mean, the Middle Eastern, he did a phenomenal job. He served us real quick. You should be happy that he would want another store there. The Wingstop people have already called us. We just take names right now and don't do anything with them. What happens is we can merchandise the center. We get a list and we can merchandise the center much better. I think it's a great development, and we'll love to see it happen.
Thank you.
Before we go around
around the table again. I just very quickly, then Mr. Perkowski.
Hold on a minute.
You didn't raise your
I
hand.
did.
Well, you'll be next then. Everybody's had a chance to speak. The garages will all be single garages. In other words, there'll be one garage door.
Yes.
And what's, I really couldn't make it out very well from here. Is it a brick between the doors?
Brick between the doors.
Okay. Well, I'm sorry.
Can I make just a clarification, because I don't know if it came off. The waivers are, as you know, there's a residential wall waiver, wall required between residential and commercial. They are using the architecture of the garages, the brick garages, to substitute as a wall.
Right.
So that'll be uniformed along that western and northern. And I wasn't sure that came out clearly.
I understood it, but maybe some other people didn't. But I really like the development. I think that your reputation precedes you. I wouldn't sit here and tell you what you should do with this property. I think it's very attractive. And I'm very, very glad that you're giving us something different, a whole different look of apartment. It's a great corner. I can see people wanting to live there. They can shoot up to Birmingham, over to Royal Oak, down to Detroit, Dearborn. It's very central, and that's what we market ourselves as the center of it all. And that corner is a corner that you can get a lot of places very quickly. So,
Hold us up.
Okay, Ms. Seymour, I did not see your hand, so my apologies.
It looks like you've acknowledged me, and I thought you would acknowledge.
Okay. The floor is yours. And then we'll go to Mr. Perkowski and go back around.
All right. First of all, Mr. Jonah, I was at the Planning Commission study session when you did actually say it would be a gated community.
It's gated just between the shopping center.
You're saying it now, but at the time you said it would be a gated community, so I'm confused.
I apologize if we misspoke.
Okay, I've got a number of questions. You are known for developing upscale strip malls, for lack of a better word. I don't know what else you call them, but they're strip malls. And I've done some research on your places locally. You've got quite a few of them. You're not known for doing housing, although you said you're doing something in Harbortown. So you will own and manage city properties. You won't, the properties, not what's inside. That's correct? That's what, and then who will handle the apartments?
We actually own and manage Harbortown.
Okay.
Harbortown is a 351-unit apartment complex. We're all approved and into the construction drawing phase, and probably start construction on another 134 units mid-rise complex that's along the river. We got into the residential market about 7-8 years ago, and just to diversify the portfolio. We're in right now, in fact, I mentioned Beaumont. We had a meeting with Beaumont. Beaumont is looking to redevelop 13 in Woodward, and we're one of 2 finalists for the rights to redevelop the corner of 13 in Woodward, and that has about 160 unit apartment complex as part of the redevelopment.
Okay.
And we will own and manage these. We own and manage all our properties.
But you'll own and manage the apartments there?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay. So let's talk about this a little bit. One thing I didn't hear anybody discuss, but on that plan, I can't see it from here. Just pull it out a little bit. This area and 12 Mile that has the entrance and exit comments have been made to me, and I agree with that. That's too bad to have people stacking, you
Yeah,
seem to
yeah.
indicate there's no problem with stacking, but you've got people turning out, you've got people stacking up to come in.
As far as the curb cuts and the maneuverability of the traffic, we have a traffic engineer that's dealing with the road commissions. These are both Oakland County, and he's dealing with them. They've gone back and forth, and they have yet to decide exactly what and how we have our curb cuts. We know that this is far away enough, we know that this is far away enough, and this is a residential where it's minimal. It doesn't have the trip generation that the retail will have. So, until he tells us exactly what we're doing, I'm not gonna touch it.
So you're waiting for a decision from them, is that correct? Okay. So people can't turn into that apartment complex and try to get out this way, wouldn't make any sense.
They can't, because of the gate, that's where there's a gated area.
Is that a walkway? Is there just a little walkway in there?
Yeah, see, there's a little,
Yep,
a walkway that separates
okay,
the retail from the residential, so that people can't go through.
okay. Okay, I'd like to talk about the appearance of the building. This time. I find them very austere. This to me is cold looking. I don't see this as something unique. I'd like to see something that has, I don't know if charm is the word. You don't like the colonial, I don't necessarily need colonial. But it's very austere, it's very cold. I don't see anything attractive about these buildings. There's nothing unique to me, just glass and brick. And yet, and some of these others, they are quite attractive. They have, in other words, I'm looking for something that has character, has a certain amount of charm, that you would want to, that's to me so typical of any shopping plaza area. It just doesn't have any warmth to it, in my opinion.
As far as the retail or the residential?
Well, even the residential, it's very harsh looking, very hard edge. The interiors are beautiful. This building isn't bad, but it's cold looking. It wouldn't make me want to come in there. I don't find it appealing, and I'd like to see it have some more character. The best looking piece you have is this corner. But all right, I have some other things, no questions. You mentioned various types of retail. Excuse me. How many commitments do you have to your retail? None? What's it going to take to get?
We like to, well, first of all, I can't go out and get commitments until I have a plan that's approved. We like to start construction. When we start demo, when we start pushing dirt here, that's when we'll put the retail portion out on the market. We like to do it a little different. We feel that if we wait, we get a much better tenant, and we can merchandise. We'll take names and numbers, and when we're ready to start leasing it, we'll sit down and we'll merchandise the property the way that we feel is best suited for it. We can do this because we just do this a little different than most other developers. We finance in-house. As far as the retail is concerned, we'll finance in-house and start construction with our own cash versus getting a loan. We don't have to answer to a bank.
Is there any, I suppose council likes this, I just don't find it unique or, it doesn't seem to me to be something that would draw people in with the signs of the retail might. Do us a favor. Look at we just developed a property that's similar to this, just east of Somerset Mall. It just opened within the last month.
Cemetery.
It's basically the same material, different formation.
East
East
of Somerset.
of Somerset on the north side. In fact, we've got another one on the south side of Somerset, but that's just steel right now. But look at that building. I think it's as handsome a building as we've built yet. Very upscale.
Those are better looking than this, to me, a lot better. That's not bad, and
No,
I like
not the
that.
same.
They're
You've
not
got
the
beauty
same.
up there, and
No.
you've got nothing down here.
I have to agree with Mr. Lance, I don't.
That's what I see too.
Okay, we'll definitely
No,
look
I mean, I
at it.
wanna, if this is going to go in there, it's gotta be a wow. It's gotta be a wow, that's an important corner. And if it just looks ordinary,
Trust me, this is not ordinary.
but I'm looking at this, and that's not,
We'll look at it. We'll definitely look at it.
well, I do know something about architecture, and I do know something about buildings. I've been involved in it for quite a few years. Saw a lot of stuff go up, good and bad. Some of this is very charming. That isn't, to me. That isn't on the end. I'm just saying, I'd like it to have some character, not just be cold. Having said all that, I'm going to say that I'm very opposed to the St. Bede's Church being torn down. That's a building that is, I'm just gotta say that, to everybody here. That is a building that has meant so much to so many people in this community, and to be a throwaway building, designed by a famous architect, Gunnar Burkett. Mr. Stiver, I know you were concerned about the Ramada and wanting to save it, but this is so much more valuable than the Ramada. St. Bede's could be used for so many great things, and I'm very disappointed that we, I mean, I know you purchased the property, you had every right to do that, but I just am not happy that this, wonderful building that is beautiful still, and can be used for so many things, is going to be torn down, and I think that's tragic, I really think that's tragic. I guess we have to wait to see what transpires. I'm not, I mean, it could be gorgeous. I'm not saying it couldn't be gorgeous. I'm not thrilled with it. I mean, it's cold. I have to tell you how I feel, you know?
Absolutely. That's why we're here.
Right. Some of these are lovely. Some of these are nice. That's cold to me. It doesn't look any different than a lot of other stuff I've seen here. It's ordinary. So, and I'm not trying to insult you, I'm really not. I've looked at your, all the other pictures on the internet of all your places, and a lot of them look great. But that's my feeling. I want whatever goes there to be spectacular. I want the wow factor.
Okay, is that it, Mr.
That's
Moore?
it.
All right, then, Mr. Perkowski and Mr. Moss.
Thank you. You need to say this to Joan. I got married there, so I'm sensitive to it too, but the way it's being maintained and the kids have done a job on it, I'd as soon see it wiped out. It's disgrace. But anyway.
It could be revived.
Yeah, well, I don't know. Anyway, Terry, you brought up something when you said the right-of-way of Southfield Road. Is going to take that first row of cars. What is going to be, what kind of landscaping is going to be allowed?
Well, then the landscaping would shift over. Whatever's here would be shifted over as part of the reconstruction of Evergreen. They would lose one row of parking, but whatever they do here will be shifted, will be replaced.
You got to explain that, and replace where the cars are presently
right.
being parked along the way.
Where the one row is.
It would just shift in.
Why would you land bank that then, rather than go through the cost of redoing it?
That is an option. Again, they're technically short on parking based on our standards, and that's something
Well, that just seems to give them a waiver, we all know that.
Well, that's what I'm saying, the waiver could be done
You see a lot of empty parking lots.
as greenbelt. That's one of the options that could be done.
And the other thing is, on the corner, to answer the same question, if that is moved over, what happens to the monument portion?
I think it would just shift in. And we haven't addressed that with the road commission. That's something we'd have to.
But you understand that?
Absolutely.
And the last thing I have is, there's two other things. The funeral home, is that piece of property, that indentation there, was that Yono's, or was that things that they were counting on for parking? Terry, would you take this one down over here, and then look at the other one? That indentation, was that part of Yono's, or no? No, Yono's way south.
Yono was anticipating at the time that Walmart, if they purchased the property, was going to do a swap of that piece. And there also was some shared parking as part of the Yono plan. As you recall, we did vacate Guy Street, so they can expand to the parking to the north. And we have spoken with Mr. Yono. He is familiar with this, and there's some reconfiguration on his site because now he doesn't have the shared parking. So the Archdiocese of Detroit had the condition that if the Walmart was approved, that piece would then be sold to Mr. Yono. But that never went through, but we did rezone it, so we just have to clean that little notch up.
And the other thing is that the Walmart piece took out that portion there to Edward Street where the light is.
That's right, and this proposal does not incorporate the shopping center to the north.
No, I understand that, but how are you going to deal with that entrance and exit that is south of the light?
Well, this is Mr. Jonah had indicated that he's got a verbal commitment to do a cross-access shared parking through here to open it up so there's an additional access point at Edwards. But as of now, he has nothing in writing, so this would be the main entrance here.
That would be pretty hard to come out and do a left-hand turn, wouldn't it? To go north. You know what I mean? When you come out of the shopping center and the light is to the north, you'd have to wait till that is red before you can come out. I don't know. That's up to you to figure out. That was just a concern with how you get in and out, because I know Walmart was going to use the light to get in and out of their shopping center, and I'm just wondering if that's going to be difficult for the center itself. But I guess you'll figure that out when you meet with the road commission.
And
But just bringing it
our
up.
traffic engineer is dealing with that.
Yeah, but you know what I'm talking
He's
about.
gone back and forth with us several.
When your shopping center will die if you can't get in and out.
You gotta get in and out.
That's right. Okay.
It
It's a real nice project, though.
It almost don't make any difference if you're turning left, because if the light at Edwards is red for the southbound traffic, then either the northbound traffic coming up a 12 mile or the northbound traffic coming up Southfield is going to be moving. Because one of those two is going to be green.
Yeah.
So it's still going to be, you're right, it's going to be difficult making a left turn coming out of that northern driveway. Because there's always going to be traffic going north.
Yeah. I know that I come out of Encore, our church owns that place across the street, and getting out onto Southfield Road is difficult, because I got to come out and come towards 12 Mile Road, and it's difficult, but I'm sure your traffic people will work it out.
All right, Mr. Moss is next, and then Ms. Seymour.
I have some questions about that Southfield Road, because as it exists right now, there's a shoulder that eventually cuts out into a right turn lane, and there's no sidewalk there. Is that, that schematic doesn't reflect that, or is that going to be the new version, that the shoulder's going to be eliminated?
Until the road commission
Okay,
decides
so that-
what they want,
Okay.
we'll address that.
But the one point is, there will be a sidewalk.
That was my, sidewalks
Yes.
are part of the plan, that going all the way
Yes.
Southfield Road and
Yeah,
12 miles?
6 foot wide.
Okay. Second question or comment is actually, made me think after Ms. Seymour talked about the architecture. I think, we're about to reinvigorate a public art commission. I don't know if you can do this, but if you could take some of the recycled materials that were used that are going to be torn down from the church and put pieces of public art, possibly at that corner, along with the monument or elsewhere throughout the property, I think that would be a good homage to the structure that used to be there. I don't know if that's even
I don't know if
possible.
I don't know if there's any.
Artists, the materials or
The
something.
materials.
We can look at that.
Yeah.
We'll have to count the roofing.
Yeah, it's all copper.
It's vandalized every week.
All right, is that it then?
Yeah.
All right, Ms. Seymour, you asked to
Yes,
speak again.
please. I still have concern about the shopping, the commercial is supposed to be more upscale. That's your intention, that's your tradition, correct? I agree somewhat with Mr. Lance. I don't think that, people go to Somerset, they don't go to Northland anymore. They go to, I just can't imagine people coming out of their way to shop here unless you have a mini Saks or a mini something, you know.
That's not gonna happen.
Well, I know, that I know, but I'm just saying, I find, I have a hard time thinking that people go out of their way to come there unless they live in the neighborhood. And I'm concerned about the price of the apartment. Mr. Stiver made a comment to me that he talked to someone who a senior that wanted to get out of the house, and he thought this would be ideal, but, seniors like either the main floor or they like elevators. And I don't see that as, I thought you were designing it for young professionals originally. And even that, and this is just a bigger thought that has crossed my mind, from Beaumont Hospital, a lot of these people are paying off college loans, and it costs a lot of money to go through medical school, and I don't see how they're going to afford those apartments unless they, you get a bunch of guys together or girls together that share an apartment. I'm really troubled about that. I don't see it happening. But I want to make that statement. It troubles me. I have to be honest.
My wife agrees with the comments made earlier about taking down St. Bede. In fact, I mentioned that earlier. We were talking earlier. My wife is at church every day. When I came home and said we're buying St. Bede's and we're going to tear it down, I thought I was going to have to sleep in the garage that evening because she was dead against it. But the Archdiocese does what they do, and as far as churches go.
That is an iconic building, and it's a landmark here. It's equivalent to St. John's Armenian Church, to Sherry's Vedic. To me, it should be preserved. I know if they don't care. Once they get all their stuff out of it, they don't care. But it is an iconic building. It's one of the things you had on the tour of this mid-century and designed by Gunnar Burdick. It just kills me to think of that coming down. So
if I may interject, the Archdiocese took that out of our hands.
Oh, I understand that, Ken. No, I understand that.
Because of the price, they could have sold it to several other churches.
Yes, they could have, and that's not his fault. I'm just saying that we're becoming a throwaway society, and I think it's a shame that that building is lost, but.
What's today outside?
All right, Ms. Lawrence is next.
I just have a question. Is there, I know this is a drawing, but do we have a walkway to get from the residential to the retail?
As far as our residential?
Yes.
Yes, there is.
Because I don't
There are
see
two
that.
connections. Can you do that?
There's connections near the gate, and then there will be a second connection.
No,
There's-
to walk, that's.
Yeah, no, there's a connection by the gate, and then there's another connection.
Right there.
What we'd like to do is line it up with the walk connection, another, in the middle of the property. That's what I was looking for. Through the connection, that would be a connection. It would be breaking the garages that would connect it.
They're large enough to allow pedestrians to walk through, but not too large to let cars go through, other than where it's the gated exit. So there's at least two pedestrian connections. We talked about at least two, right? And then there's also the other public walk.
Mayor, can I piggyback on your question? Just, would it be possible that you do a decorative sidewalk to King Market?
We do that anyway.
Yeah, great.
That's where the clock is, isn't it? Isn't
Yes,
that the clock?
yes,
Right?
yeah, they'll come right through where the clock is.
Yeah.
That's all connected to the residential.
Go ahead, Mayor.
That was my question. Apartments, when we look at past history, when you have the name is, proposed name is the Southfield Village, when you have, residential, a sense of community where you can walk, in that unit, or you have some green space. I'm assuming next to the pool, there's some green space for gathering. So, that has always been a concern of mine, is that when we build these places, not just cement and you go in there, but you can have walking spaces, people want to be active, and, there's a place of gathering. I know the clubhouse services that, so we have some green space.
You know, what we did there was, originally we had the clubhouse, these were inverted where the pool was on the, inside that little, and the clubhouse was here. We switched it around so that this whole area is all an open space.
Okay.
And this is all park and just a community area.
Okay.
We felt that's why we put the buildings a little closer together, so we can have one big area that's like a park almost.
Okay.
Is that it? Is there anything else? We have other items on our agenda. Yeah, Mr. Lamb?
How many apartments on the village are you building? One?
I'm sorry?
How many apartment buildings are you building?
There are 5 buildings.
5 buildings.
5 buildings. 120 units.
3 floors.
3 floors.
Walk up?
Yes, sir.
Any other questions or comments? Then I see none. Thank you very much for being here.
Well, thank you very much for
We'll
having me.
see you in 2 weeks.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
And we'll do this over. All right, Mr. Charette, we're going to move on to the Evergreen Road update. And we'll take a minute here while
Not there.
Where should it be?
Sorry. Read my email, maybe we can talk about it. Sure. Why you gave it?
But they're
All right, if we could come back to order. Mr. Charette, you ready?
Yes.
All right, sir. Ms. Banks, let the record show that
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and Council. We have decisions to make tonight with regard to, first of all, to get some information, and then with regard to the Evergreen Road projects update. I'd like to start by introducing Mr. Mark Locke of OHM, who's going to give a brief review of some scheduling challenges, potentials, on the portion from 8 to 9 Mile. And also, while he's getting set to come up, I'd like to introduce the expertise that we're going to have to help us reach consensus this evening. We've got Lee Schultz, PE, from our engineering department, Brandy Solajek, stormwater manager, Mary Carlock, P&R grant and architect guru, and Terry, of course, We have Matt Slicker and Gary Trussell from HRC. Joel Broadway, who's an independent landscape architect, will also is also on hand to assist. And so we're going to start with a pure information piece, which will be Mr. Locke. And we'll move on to then some stormwater issues having to do with not 10 miles to I-296.
Okay. Again, my name is Mark Locke. I'm with OHM Advisors. We're at 34,000 Plymouth Road in Livonia. And I'm here tonight to tell you about a slight change that we've had in our project schedule. As you know, I think I last met with you a couple weeks ago when we took our lovely bus tour out there and explained the project to you. The plan was originally to reconstruct Evergreen Road between 8 Mile and 9 Mile in the 2014 construction season, meaning we'd start in May and the project would be complete in October or early November of 2014. As part of completing this project, we need to apply for permits, the necessary permits to move forward. In the process of applying for the permit through the Michigan Department of Transportation, or MDOT, they have made us aware that one of the roads that we'll be connecting to, 8 Mile Road, is going to be the detour or the alternate route for the I-96 reconstruction project in Livonia. If you haven't heard about this project, this is a freeway reconstruction between Telegraph and really Newburgh Road. They're going to totally shut down this freeway next year, and the traffic will be rerouted. One of the detour routes will be 8 Mile Road. So one of the things we need to do is we need to close one lane on 8 Mile Road temporarily to construct what we need to construct as far as our Evergreen Road project. We need to close the northerly westbound lane of that roadway to tie into 8 Mile Road right at the edge. They are telling us that they will not allow that lane closure during the 2014 construction season because of this alternate route or detour route proposed for the 96 freeway reconstruction. We've talked to them a little about we could do this work at night, we can do it in off-peak hours such as the weekends. They did not agree to any closures at any time on that road next year. So we've had to alter our plans slightly. What we're going to do is we're going to stop about 100 feet short of 8 Mile Road, north of 8 Mile Road. And we'll construct everything from 9 Mile Road to the point that we've talked about, and we'll stop short. We'll tie into the existing road at that point, and we'll come back in the 2015 construction season and complete that last 100 feet of paving. That would include the decorative island that we've talked about in the past. It would include some traffic signal modifications at that 8 Mile intersection. But that work would take place in early 2015, let's say the month of May, maybe even into early June, and then the project would be complete. So they did also tell me that they don't know what the traffic is going to be like on 8 Mile Road. Once this freeway is closed and traffic gets rerouted, if the traffic increases are not that bad, they may allow us to do the lane closure potentially during non-peak hours or any other time if the traffic wouldn't be hindered that much by closing that lane. But at this time, they cannot give us the permission right now to close that lane. So we've had to make the necessary changes to the plans and to the construction schedule, and that's where we stand right now.
Any questions for 8 to 9 on Evergreen? Mr. Fraser.
Yeah, I know there's sewer work that is going to be done along Evergreen Road. How do you plan to handle the sewer work? Just stub it off at the 100 feet, the 100-foot mark, and
Right. Good question. Most of the storm sewer within that 100 feet, there's only one little link of storm sewer. The rest of the mainline sewer starts north of there, so it actually would be unaffected by this change.
Okay, and because this is a complete rebuild, it's not just a resurfacing.
Correct.
Means that you have to dig down all the way to the base, and so you're going to stop at a end of a slab, if you will, wherever that is, and then when you come back, when you're free to do the rest of the 100-foot, it will be a clean piece rather than what we see periodically as a patch job.
Correct. There will be a clean transition or tie-in from one job to the next. What we will have to do is transition the new road into the old road temporarily over the 2014-15 winter, and then we'll come back and remove that and tie in clean to what was previously built. There will be some extra costs associated with this. They're fairly minor. The project is a federal aid project, so the federal government will pick up 80% of any extra costs associated with this work, so the city will only be on the hook for 20% of any extra costs associated with this. There are some remobilization costs possibly. But like I say, the way this project is funded, the city would only be on the hook for 20% of that extra cost.
Actually, MDOT ought to pick it up. Zero problem.
Yeah.
All right. Any other questions? Yes, Mr. Stewart.
So basically, the entrance marker will be delayed a year. Correct. And everything else remains the same.
Correct.
That we're not allowed to go to the road
The west. That's correct.
Unless we get a pleasant surprise.
Unless we get a pleasant surprise. And that's very possible. That's very possible.
Thank you.
Yeah, I do have another comment, and it has to do actually with both ends of the project. And that is, I was listening to radio the other day, and they were talking about street lights and lighting, and they were talking about how we are over lighting in the evening, and they're talking about dark skies. And there are a number of new kinds of lights, and they're talking about lighting that can be controlled so that it doesn't have bright skies at night. And I don't know what's in the plans for our street lighting, but they were even talking about. Flagstaff, Arizona is one of the country's leaders in dark skies, and there's a place. It's a website called darkskies.com that shows all different kinds of lighting that is available. And one of the things they even talk about is having lights that automatically go out after a certain amount of time when there's no. Now I don't think we can do that on roads, but they're talking about more of parks and things that, but I would hope that we would take a look at the most modern technology to make sure that we don't have light pollution, any unintended light pollution with the kind of lights that we're putting in.
The only thing I'd say about the lighting on the project is we're replacing the lighting that we're impacting. The project will require the relocation of several lights at 9 Mile and several lights at Midway. Those are the two signalized intersections. We're just replacing really one for one because of the road widening in that area. I think the city is working with DTE currently on the type of light standard to go back in there. I think it's going to be similar to what's already out there. There is kind of intermittent lights throughout that corridor. I don't think there's anything new planned for the whole corridor as far as swapping the lights to a different standard.
I think it'll be more appropriate for this end of the project than the other end.
Sure.
That has more of a rural flavor.
Right.
Okay, thank you.
All right, if there's nothing else, thank you very much, and then we'll move on to 10 to 11.
Yes. I'd like to also introduce two other people that's going to be part of this decision-making framework and assist us, Jeff Spence and Fred Zorn. So, with that, in the interest of time, I'd like to stick to this outline just to start the discussion. And then, of course, as I indicated, we have assistance in any area that might come up in this discussion. So, to begin with, a little bit of history. Key dates in this decision-making format is on April 8th, we received authorization to submit for a TAP grant through SEMCOG. That would be a Transportation Alternatives Program. That's what the grant stands for. On August 19th, At a special COW meeting, we had a review of the Evergreen Road improvement projects, and at that time, a consensus on the manicured median design versus the bioswale concept was reached. Staff was told to regroup on the creation of possible acceptable alternatives for achievement of the stormwater management portion of the concept. On September 26th, we have a deadline for HRC to submit plans, so we really need to make some decisions this evening and get moving on these areas. The challenge, so for this evening, is to achieve a consensus on one or both of two suggested stormwater management features. The total cost of these proposals is $190,965, which would be split 60% from TAP-granted funds, 40% from city-funded sources of the water budget. Feature number one, it would be curb-to-sidewalk treatment on both sides of Evergreen Road in the areas between the roundabouts. This would be porous pavers border with water-absorbing trees, a gentle depression in the middle, and water-absorbing plantings. This feature will cover 800 feet on each side of Evergreen Road. The recommendation at this point is to get further information as to with assistance of the outside landscape architect, HRC, and others, relative to the appearance and the wow factor and how this feature will contribute to both while providing for stormwater management. Public Works indicates this proposal will not pose a maintenance challenge. It would create a stormwater remediation of 2,000 cubic feet, which is equivalent to 15,000 gallons for each major rain event. The approximate cost of this project is $105,031. I think the main thing that I would have to add to this is if this project meets the standards of council as to the manicured look, that if it ties in with the council vision for the look of the project, and it adds to the wow factor, then I'm all for it. With regard to feature two is a rain garden designed by gentle sloping of the grass area between the Civic Center tennis courts and the sidewalk. It's about 120-foot area between the fence for the tennis courts and the sidewalk adjoining or setting the boundary on westerly boundary. The rain garden would be approximately 38 feet wide east to west and 85 feet long north to south. It would occupy about 1/3 of the land area between the tennis court fence and the sidewalk. The water feature, the stormwater remediation is very significant. In a major rain event, we would be remediating, or in essence, cleaning 32,000 cubic feet of water from the rain and runoff. That's 240,000 gallons approximately. Put this in perspective, our sports arena swimming pool holds 630 gallons of water. So unless then, pardon me?
630,000.
630,000, if I misspoke. 630,000 gallons of water. So in less than 3 rain events, you would have the equivalent of that swimming pool being filled. It is very significant. Approximate cost, $85,934. The recommendation is to approve as designs with the reasons as follows. It will not pose a maintenance challenge for both Public Works and Parks and Recreation. And secondly, a significant stormwater remediation benefit will be provided. In terms of future considerations on each of these elements, I would recommend a vigorous public information effort so that the public understands why we are doing this, what the benefits are to the streams and waterways of the state. And also, I would suggest, I've asked myself actually, how did we get to where we're spending so much time and effort on 1.5% of the total $12.1 million project, or 0.9%, depending on which number you're focusing on, whether it's the total cost of these two features or whether it's the amount of the TAP grant. And I think that's because we need a procedural modification. And what I would suggest is when we have a grant application from now on, we list the major elements of that grant application, and if there's a change in the major elements, that would be a return trip to council. I believe that that would solve, would have saved some time in this particular situation. So with that, I think we can open up the discussion and hopefully reach some conclusions this evening with regard to these two recommendations.
Is Ms. Clerk going to present?
I do have a PowerPoint that would illustrate some of the things in his text there.
Why don't we roll with your PowerPoint, and then we'll take council questions and comments. Maybe we can get the spotlights out.
All right.
You better move those. I don't want a tripping hazard here.
Yeah. Just a second for the projector to get up.
So I have, Ms. Seymour would like to speak to Mr. Percotti. Anybody else would like to speak?
Right now?
No, we're waiting.
Okay. This is just illustrating what he just told you. So the sidewalk feature, which is called Feature 1 for a while, we were calling it Phase 1.
Where are we?
Well,
That's what?
this is north over here, the north roundabout. This is the Civic Center. Here you see the library pool. Okay, so this feature, the Feature 1 or Phase 1, was located just on both sides between the two roundabouts.
Isn't that the south roundabout that you pointed out?
This is the south roundabout,
Yeah.
this is the north roundabout, and the feature runs between them on both sides.
Wait, excuse me, but
Yeah.
will you tell me what a feature means?
Well,
I mean,
this
it's
is stormwater
it's a
device.
bioswale, right?
No, this part isn't a bioswale, and I will describe it in a second.
If we had a vote on bioswale, I would...
Yep, that's out the door.
Yeah.
Do you have a picture of what it's actually going to look like, close, small, like, you know?
It's a ditch instead of a bioswale.
But I will, so there's two parts of this stormwater feature. And the first part of it is these linear tree beds that are pretty much going to look like street tree plantings. And then the second part would be a pervious paver curb line along the side, as he mentioned. The amount of water in the second one is immense, but this one is more the size of the wading pool when you have it. But it would pick up all the water in there. These are photographs of other sites. It's not what ours is going to look like because we don't have a picture of that in a photographic form.
Where are the pavers?
The pavers in this one would be right along the curb, and then these are,
I don't move back to that.
if I finish this one, I can have it, then maybe at the end you can tell me if you don't understand. But this would be similar to the tree beds that would be recessed slightly before the sidewalk and hold water. And then beyond that, and of course, these are just photographs of other places, this is the permeable paver strip along the curb line. So you'd have both of those things. The pavers would be an attractive detail that, you know, in some cases they just put it as a maintenance strip along a road, but ours would be pervious. Here's similar strips of pervious pavers, not in the same application, but that's like for a parking area. They're using the same thing. It comes in many different styles. This is actually over at Carpenter Lake for that parking lot. So that's the type of product that would be along the curb, and then there would be a tree area.
Here's a plan view of a section, not the, run the entire length on both sides. Right now, we're kind of still working whether we would want shrubs and perennials in there, or I was thinking more of just a plain ground cover in that tree bed. And then so that's the tree bed, this is the walkway, and then this is the pervious pavers. In section on one side, you have a 7-foot walk on the west side, the tree bed, which again, it can look very non-bioswale, it's just very traditional. And then underground is the special soils, and then we actually have an edge drain already along the road, and it would drain to that. Just an example of tree material we're looking at, and these of course would have to be limbed up in this area because they're pretty, these are smaller trees. This has more to do with the overhead wires there, so we have to pick trees that would always stay below without growing into the wires. But there's a lot of small trees that have been developed through the plant industry to work as street trees. There's a lot of different kinds. This is the ground cover that I'm looking at, and we have used in the past. It's salt resistant, it doesn't need any fertilizer, and it makes a nice carpet. So when there was water in there, you wouldn't even see it. But you could also choose that you want more flowers and a hedge, that kind of thing in that area. The other stormwater device, which has the larger value in terms of stormwater and lesser cost, actually would be located just west of the tennis courts, right against the fence. And it would be a large planted area, and Jim mentioned the dimensions, 87 feet. Along that section of fence that is straight here, take that whole distance, and then 38 feet from here out here. It would be about 1/3 of that lawn area would be devoted to this planting. Typically, this is like part of our, it's a lawn area, but we don't have any uses here. And in plan, here's the new north roundabout, tennis courts, and it would be right in this area, right outside the fence.
It would be all lawn.
Up to it.
Gentle slope.
Yeah, we have a plan of that.
Fixed out there, it's right up next to the tennis court.
It is.
Do you have an overview?
Yeah,
so you
yes.
see the dimensions of it or the outline of it?
And then just mentioning that, it would take up the first wash, which is the most polluted part of the water. And the water would, depending on the storms, we have some big storms, we have a lot of small storms, it would always drain within 48 hours, but most likely more often. This rain garden is completely planted. We're using almost 90% shrub material, so that's, we're working with Bob Murray, he has a horticulture degree by education, and all of the material we have used on site or in town, and everything that we're proposing works well. This is the plan for the area, so you see that, again, it's a informal but heavily planted plan, and the water would accumulate in the planted area, but the grading would begin out here about 20 feet from the sidewalk. It's very gradual. Gary, what was the grades like coming in? It's like 1 and 12.
1 and 12.
And then it's
At the middle, what's the depth?
the depth between the top and the bottom over that whole distance goes about 5 feet down, 8 feet. But that wouldn't be like a hole you're going to fall into. It just grades down. This slope is that's a 4-on-1, and that's one of the reasons we planted it, because we didn't want to have to mow that. That means it goes over 4 feet, you would go up 1 foot. So it's a little steeper.
You're going to be able, Gary, you're going to be able to show us.
They'll
how that works.
illustrate that, yeah. Here's a section, I will say, that the other landscape architect did this on, and we won't have any blue flowers, I don't think. So don't take this as an artist rendering. But you can see,
Joel Broadway, right over here.
here's the sidewalk out by Evergreen, and then it's flat, because we didn't want to impact our existing trees. Then it goes down fairly gradually. It gets a little steeper in here, because that's where we want to be able to, you know, get some value out of our water volume. This side is fenced, so the tennis players are actually on the other side. But it will be an attractive planting. This is some of the plant material that's recommended that can take the wet feet all the time and then dry. We have this particular plant. We have many viburnums on this site. We also have it over at the Berg. It has the white flowers and the blueberries in the fall. And this one, we're looking at this Arctic willow. This is right outside the golf course, and that's something that we can keep controlled and we don't have to do much maintenance, and it looks great. Red twig dogwood we don't actually have right now on this site, but you should be familiar with that. The common landscape plant and residential landscapes has red twigs in the winter. River birch, this is outside the ice arena. This is a native birch that doesn't get, any of the diseases that the white birch gets. It's a very attractive tree, has exfoliating bark. So all very nice plant material. In the very bottom, you probably wouldn't see much of it, but that's where you probably will put the switchgrass and iris. So that would be towards the bottom of the planting area, and the area that would stay wettest the longest. So those are some of the details.
Iris can grow in water, state water?
Mm-hmm. Oh, yeah. Yeah. There's a native Michigan one that can do that. This is similar to the iris we have by the sign, and we have some other iris around, but that's the one they use in a lot of wetland planting. So we worked with Bob Murray. I brought him in because in Parks and Rec, we have to make everything look nice on the site, and he's confident and felt that the benefit was worth a little extra effort, and it'll be attractive by our north entrance.
Okay.
And we also have lots of people to answer questions.
Back on, and Ms. Seymour, the floor is yours.
Well, I think that she's answered most of my questions.
Okay, wonderful. Mr. Percotti.
Yeah, I promise I still have to be Mr. Nice Guy tonight, but why is staff keep pushing this guy down? We had a bus ride, and we took the bus ride, eliminated rows of trees in front of Mary Thompson. We all walked it. We saved one row of trees by doing something that was suggested. We said what the bioswale would do, and it was voted against because of a lot of reasons that were stated at the time. And I thought that we were just going to build a road in front of City Hall with a median that would be grass and landscaped and flowered, and we'd get on with business. 2 roundabouts, and that would be just adequate enough. If Brookfield Hills does it, everybody else does it, it's all gorgeous, and here we keep pushing something that is on somebody's shopping list, and staff, it keeps pushing it. I get tired of staff not even discussing it. I mean, all I can say is to staff is, if you can do this and you keep saying no maintenance and it's easy to take care of and all this baloney, then go take care of Lasher Road. Go take care of Telegraph Road. Go take care of these things that I see every day that everybody passes, and it's just a piece of nothing. It's garbage. It's not taken care of. Nobody picks on the state. Nobody picks on the county to get these things straightened out. We just go right on with business, and here we have some other project that says somebody's going to take care of it. We have no flat leisure land left in the city. That piece of property has bothered nobody. Kids play on it. People in the church go over there. It's just a piece of leisure land that's left over from the 10 acres that was given to the library. We have that. We have the front yard where they put in this afternoon. And I don't know why we have to be looking at somebody that is second class as far as the environment. So let me just go down the list. You know, we have the Robbie Gage Park over on Inkster. We just got the Barbarian piece and the bridge. We have Pebblebrook Park. We've got 11 Mile Road from Inkster to Franklin Road. All that swale by Barton Mallow, it cost thousands and thousands of dollars that Jonah had to put in there. It's one of a kind. You go out there and see the birds and bees and all that. And then you have open space, parks and recreation acquisitions. Over 600 acres of land this city has just for parks and recreation. Then you have the Rouge Arm from 12 Mile Road to 8 Mile Road. It's the largest ditch north of us in the state of Michigan. We got Evergreen Golf Course. That water hydraulically waters the course. It was the first of its kind anywhere. Then we have Beechwood. That again was land preserved from townhouse development. You had the fishing derby. That was a sewer that was kept for still water available for fishing derby. There's a sewer underneath it. 10 Mile and Northwestern, over here you have water that's pulled out of the ditch into a pond behind the Comfort Inn. That's another holding tank that's never taken care of. That's a U.S. can, they pump it out of U.S. can into there. Then we have the south parking lot. That was all this paving and a ditch put between the golf course and the parking lot. It's done once, it does twice, still isn't working, still breaking up, it needs some more help. Right? Then we have Thompson Farm. That really is environmentally a farm. That's open space. You know? Then we have Evergreen Golf Course, more open space. Then we have a tree ordinance, we have a wetlands and woodlands ordinance, we have Inglewood Park, we have the woods that are south of that, we have the LTU drain that we worked on with LTU to drain the same waters going southeast. So I sit here and I say, why are we still trying to show that we need more water draining through our community or held up in this community when we've got all this space that presently does that job? No other city that I can think of, urban city, has this much open space, waterways, sewers, retentions. And by the way, every development has to put in its own retention, right? So now we come along and we go against bioswale, and I thought we were going to now get it all passed, and we were going to attend to the calendar and get this thing on track and get it built. And here we are again, last minute, coming before us with this new thing. Pavers instead of grass along Evergreen Road. That's supposed to be environmentally nice to see. You know, we don't have to cut grass now. We put pavers all along the curb. That's real nice to see. I mean, I don't know where somebody's mindset is. You know, and I just keep seeing these things happen, you know, while this Evergreen Road goes along. And I guess I'm saying to myself, you know, why are we wasting all this time, 0.1% of the project, and who keeps going after this thing? I mean, if we are short, somebody ought to tell me that we are environmentally a poor city. I mean, we have so much water, we got water in the basement here, you know. As soon as we take care of that, we'll be able to get the water out of here and go where it belongs. But every time it's up 5 feet. You know, if you had a rainstorm the other day, 5 feet, it's filled, it would come over the land, it would not stay in there. And then we would have water sitting. And I guess, you know, I mean, it's like each time I hear about these things, I think it's somebody's favorite project, and it really, you know, isn't what we designed as a street. And boy, I tell you, I get so, I mean, that is not just an open space that nobody uses.
I mean, they live here and find out what that's used for. Go out, see the church kids play on it. You know, people play on the golf course. Go see them to swat the mosquitoes. You know, I mean, I just don't understand this, Mr. President. I just sit here, you know, and like I said before, you know, I was raised on a farm and when we had ditches. And when we got rid of the ditches, we were so happy we had sewers. And yes, I believe in cleaning the river. I believe in keeping the Rouge clean. My daughter lives on the Rouge. She goes through it and picks up trash all the time. Yes, we try to do our best to keep the city environmentally clean and yet be really particular on how we even allow development so that we do not encourage a lot of water flow out of the city. But by golly, you know, I mean, we couldn't find, you know, when bioswale goes down, now we have bioswale next to the library. Civic Center, even though they have a library, that 10 acres belongs to the library. We can't even put parking meters on that land, all right? And so we took a ball field over here, we turned it into concrete. So we don't have land that is passive anymore. And we had a chance at Dunscotus, but that went. But find a piece of land in this city where you can have a ball field. There's nothing left. Nothing left. So you know, do I think this is a neat project? Yeah, but how much more do we have to prove the point that we are an environmentally clean city and very passionate about the environment? And that we have to start taking good land and turn it into ditches so that, and I call it ditches because that's what it is. I think that the things along the curb is beautiful. I mean, it's not a downtown where like Rochester where you got pavers along the curb so you don't get your feet dirty and you can clean the snow. I mean, that is nice grass. It's nice grass. You drive down there, it's nice to see grass. I mean, you know, flowers that you put in there, perennial flowers have their day in court, I say. They blossom and they die. They blossom and they die. Look at what happened to Civic Center Drive and US 10. If you can take a picture of that we said, let's landscape part of US 10 and make it look attractive. I dare everybody to go look at it. It's garbage. All the plants don't look like they're taken care of. It's dried up. It's just there. I mean, it's not a bit attractive. And when you talk about ground cover collects rubbish. You walk this sidewalk right up here to my car, you see cups and stuff in that ground cover all the time, and it's hard to get out. If it worked, maybe you'd see ground cover all along the expressways instead of cutting them. But it collects garbage. And here we're going to use it along the, I mean, I don't know what happened to grass and trees anymore. You know, I don't have to be on that golf course to see what grass and trees look like. You know, I mean, I'm just really worked up about this, as you can tell. But I sat back and I seen, and Ken mentioned this piece over here the other day, and I just said, why is that even up again? I mean, we had a vote. HRC, get out of here and get the job done. You know, I mean, all of a sudden we get HRC back involved, doing more engineering. You know, I mean, save me a buck. You know, we got engineering, and all respect to HRC. You know, whatever money is set aside, $2 million for this project, save me some of it. But I'll tell you, I just don't know where we're coming from on this. I really don't. In other words, the only thing I can think of is somebody likes to have to deal with this. Oh, I didn't mention Carpenter Lake, did I? No, I didn't even mention Carpenter Lake. You know, it's got all kinds of woods, this big piece of desert land. The man lives across the street, comes out of there, tells me, why don't you cut the grass? You know, church. You know, so, but I said, no, that's all nature. That's nature. You can take a walk through there and enjoy it. My granddaughters, they run through there. But and then I know, but I'm just trying to say that's how worked up I am. The staff people pushing these projects
before council, and they just kind of come out of the soil themselves, instead of what this project started for. And if every project we do, if we're gonna start, last minute, and all be trying, you turn this one down so you get nailed on this one. That turned down, you go come back at you through the back door over here. And I'm sorry, council, but I'm just fed up with people who just don't live here, and I'm gonna say don't live here, don't come to City Hall, and I'm not gonna be the experimental community. It's been my money, and the taxpayers' money to be the guy that's going to be the experimental people in this world. I mean, I just don't, we have no major road funds, we have no local road funds, roads are falling apart, and the only thing we have to be wasting our time with is where the next bioswale is going to be. You show this thing up here, excuse me, one more minute, you show one more thing, they can't find another picture to even give you an example. I mean, a tree with mulch, is that supposed to be pretty? I mean, I'd rather see grass, nice grass, and a nice tree, shade tree, but anyway, that's it.
Yeah, I think we need to go right and directly to the point. My understanding of this is that we have this grant that's for $750,000, and we would lose all of it if we didn't do something that included some sort of plan like this. It's kind of like I equate it to the whole construction of Evergreen Road. The part of the stipulation of the federal funding is we have to have these 2 roundabouts. That's what scored us higher to get that federal grant. There are people who have problems with the roundabout, but we accept the fact that we have to have the roundabout in order to reconstruct the road. And, of course I supported the bioswale and the median. Now that we're scaling it down just to a small area right in front of the fenced area of the tennis courts, it seems like that's the perfect trade-off to get all the other amenities that are included in the grant. So can someone clarify that to me and almost know in certain terms, how impacted is the grant if we don't, and that's all I want to know, how impacted is the grant if we don't do this plan?
Let me just say this.
Yeah.
I asked Jim the same thing. And the sad thing is, I don't get in the same room when the negotiations are taking place, when this grant money is sitting there. I mean, there's got to be some kind of compromise. So maybe, I don't know what happened in that, but I doubt very much if I call SimCog that they're going to say you're going to lose every part of your grant.
I heard that's exactly what they said.
From where? From here, from staff.
Yeah.
From staff. Yeah, but you didn't hear from SimCog. I'll get them on the phone.
Sure.
But anyway, go ahead.
We had to work that on that during council
Yes.
president.
The amount of the grant is $449,968.20, or $450 for round numbers. Okay. The city portion is $300,000, which brings it up to your $750. So the grant is $449. What's at issue here is $190,965 of the grant. Okay. There's
Not the whole grant.
Not the whole grant.
That includes the city piece, the 190.
Right.
Yes. Yeah, actually.
No, city funded is 76.
115 plus our 76 would get you to the 190.
So the TAP grant part is $115,000.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Okay. So that theoretically could go away. It's up to them whether they would reallocate it. We don't have a sure answer on that. We talked about that with Gary Trussell. He says you can try, but there's...
Can you refresh my memory and for the memory of others, what else is outlined in that TAP grant?
Okay, let me
aside from aside from an environmental feature.
Right.
What else is it paying for? That is potentially at risk for something that's
it's not at risk. You got to get that clear. Or let's get it clear. So, Gary, is it at risk or isn't it?
No, we talked to Kevin Petrino at SEMCOG, okay? The balance of the grant is going to remain in effect. What he explained to us is that part of the selection of you being successful in your grant was the stormwater quality and quantity remediation, okay? That got you up in the top 3 grants to be funded. And so he said, they're a little displeased that if it goes away. Is there another mechanism or another way to do some stormwater quality and quantity improvement? That's probably why we're here tonight, is because we've gotten that direction from SEMCOG. And they said, you know, you applied, you said you were gonna do this, and now it's gone away, and your credibility with us for future grants would be much higher if you could work in an element or two of stormwater management into the project. From that came, maybe there's a possibility of doing an offline, not in the median, rain garden, or some other things that you won't even recognize as catching water and letting it infiltrate through the soil. That's how these two features came about, was that SEMCOG is strongly pushing for every community to start doing water quality and water quantity in their projects that are federally funded. And in the not-too-distant future, all the federal projects are going to have some provision of this in order to get approved as part of a federally funded project. Not here yet, might be another year or two, but it is coming, and we see it coming. And so the question that, and so SEMCOG said to me, you know, we wanted to make this project a demonstration project for all the future projects, okay? And now this one feature that we were real excited about has gone away. We're not going to take away the balance of the fund. We'd like to see both of these features become real on this project, and we will fund those projects. Or if you can't do both, do one. But if you think that you're going to take both of those projects away, and you're going to take that $190,000 total allotment between the city and SEMCOG and allocate it to benches or trees or anything else, I can tell you right now that answer is no. Okay? If you do one of the elements and it uses 60 or 65% of the money and there's a balance left over, then we'd look at maybe the possibility of using the remainder of that fund for another use. No guarantees, and he says it better be a real wow factor that would come to the project before that would be reallocated. So I had a 45-minute discussion with Kevin, okay, and directly on Friday morning. And that is the message from SEMCOG, is strongly, he encourages the city to strongly support these, if there's any way possible to get them done, because they want to use these as demonstrations of what can be done. And in the not-too-distant future, when you come back to do any project in the future, there will be features like this that will be a requirement to get that funding. That was my discussion.
And I'm really asking a basic level question. Maybe this is a Mary question. Explain why this is beneficial. You know, we're operating under the assumption we have to have this. And let's talk more about why is this something that we actually want. We're operating right now that this is part of the grant, we're trying to find it to fit somewhere, but in the long run, this is something that's being asked of communities to do anyways, but my question is why?
Well, we want to do these kind of things, and we do try to include this kind of thing in at least all of our park projects. I don't see it as a negative. I see the rain garden as landscaping for our front yard. I see the other amenities, which could also be grass. They don't have to be a ground cover. As a, it's not going to look noticeably different from traditional trees and lawn. It can be trees and lawn with a strip of pavers at the edge, and that all looks great. The reasons you want to do it is we're trying to slow the water down. All the pavement in a community that's so urbanized, even though we do have a lot of parkland, every rooftop, every parking lot, every surface street that is visible on the map behind you causes the water to collect pollutants on all those surfaces, particularly surfaces that cars use. So you have pollution and oil and everything that comes off the car, and then when it washes off in the rain, it goes right to the river. It pollutes the river because that's the most polluted water. It heats up the water so all the fish die, and it comes really fast and all at once. So then you wash away all the banks, and then there's all kinds of erosion. So, this is the new way of doing things because every community is obligated to help, create clean water.
So
just like clean air.
Yeah, I mean we go back and forth on this. We're obviously going to be on different sides of this, and I'm okay with that. Last time I was okay with it, I'm okay with it now. But my whole thing is that we've gone from, this is a potential project that was going to go the length of Evergreen. That was not good. We didn't want it to, it was the front hall, it was the front lawn of City Hall, it was the entrance to our city. We wanted to do something that we knew what to expect, and we didn't want to take that risk. But here, it's a 40 by 80 foot plot of land. I think that the trade-off in terms of, complying and being a leader in SEMCOG, to say that, Southfield took a lead on this issue in their small 40 by 80 plot land to attain this grant, but also to help us, guide us in terms of doing it in other communities, but also that there's an environmental benefit to it. It doesn't even, weigh equally. I think if we go toward, let's just do it. And that's what I said the last time around. The fact is that money is available to actually get it done shows that there are people that are more knowledgeable than us at this table in terms of environmental causes and environmental concerns that they said, we will fund it in your community if you do it. That's how important this is. And now that I'm hearing for the first time that this is going to be the standard moving forward with other federal grants for a 38 by 85 plot of land, and then the stretch of Evergreen, not even knowing the difference, I say let's just do it. I agree. We are spending a lot of energy on this.
That's because of
but she said
a
that
procedural improvement that we can make for the future. That's.
Are you done?
Yeah,
I want everybody to speak once, so Ms. Seymour, you haven't spoken, you gave your turn up, so you're next.
Thank you.
And then Ms. Jordan.
I do agree with Mr. Percassi on the appearance of this corner. I like it the way it is. I really do, and I saw all those stakes out there, and I thought, oh my God, huge. It looks huge. It may not be as huge as it appears. I really was looking for, something that would show the size and actually, but I would like to see, okay, let's say it's a rectangle, what portion of that, something that would show me what it's going to, I do agree with him. I would like to keep it green like that. However, we can't put anything on it because of what's in the soil. It won't support anything. If clean water is very important. Cleaning the water before it gets to the lake is vital. I don't think a lot of people realize, the average person probably doesn't realize. I do not like the pavers that go down the road. I think that for the small benefit, it's costly. I'd rather see us have more trees. I'd rather see us, and this is kind of a little off the subject, but I'd rather see us spend some money on the roundabouts and make them attractive. But that should be a wow factor. I'd like to see that as part of the overall Evergreen Road, something that we could do there. But between the two projects, I easily would give up the forest pavers because I think it's not attractive and it's very small benefit for the cost, very small benefit. Compared to the other ones, as much as I would like to see it remain the way it is, I think we can make it look good. So that's all I have there.
Ms. Jordan's next.
I have not spoken with Don Percassi yet. You share the sentiments that I had at the council president's meeting on Thursday, because we had already decided the council had already decided what we wanted. And to have this issue of a bioswale come back again, to me, was a total disregard of what the council had previously discussed. And from my understanding, there are two options that are on the table. Option number one, or feature number one, is we can have the trees, but we can have that more landscape. It doesn't have to look as barren as it looks now. We can put more greenery in there and really give it the manicured look that we all want, as opposed to putting a bioswale on the other side in front of the library. And I really see it as, and I hate to say this, as somebody is just, they're bent on bringing a bioswale here. And I really wish I would have had that list of all the things that we've already done to really impact our environment. So we will not lose the grant if we don't have feature number 2. Is that correct? And that's when I mean.
We'll lose a portion.
We lose a portion.
We may lose a portion.
But the portion that we lose, we could further enhance feature number 1, which means we can add more trees, we can add more shrubbery, we can make the road look more. Yeah, the pavers are fine, I have no problem with the pavers. But we could do more along this stretch if we don't use the money for feature number 2 and put it toward feature number 1. Is that correct?
That's what we have talked with SEMCOG about, and what they're waiting for are these exhibits, and we weren't going to get them to them until we knew what your preference was. In my simple world, it is feature 1 can be done without feature number 2. Feature 2 can be done without feature 1, or you can do both, or you can do none. And the reason we need to know is because we've got to get water to those basins. So the pipes that are under the road have to be designed differently to go to these basins, and once they're built, then it's done. You can't say, well, I'll come back and do it again, because you got to clear the road out and do it. So we're just trying to get the pipes to the right spot, that's all.
Well, I'm just in favor of feature number 1 with the pavers, with the trees, but really making an impact and making the wow factor all along Evergreen Road. The rain garden, I believe, can wait, you can do it another time, another date, or don't do it at all, especially if we've got people here that are using that green space. And we're losing green space. I mean, if you take this away, we're losing green space. So I really am not in favor of feature number 2 with what has been proposed. We're not going to lose the grant if we stick with feature number 1. And I believe that this community, if we let this community vote on which one they want, if they wanted a bioswale or if they wanted a manicured Evergreen Road, I dare say they want this road looking good at all costs with no money held back. But if we just dump it over here, again, this is somebody's pet peeve on putting a bioswale in the city. And we've done some phenomenal things in the city as it relates to our impact on the Rouge River and all the other storm water and storm management. And I'm just not in favor of this rain garden.
Mr. Frazier, would you like to go? I'm going around the room again, so.
Yeah, one of the things that Mr. Percassi said is really kind of concerning, and that is we can actually build more than we can maintain. And if we continue to build things and we're not maintaining them, if we're not putting any money in our budget to maintain things, then it kind of looks junky after a while. And I think he was correct in saying that it catches, the wind blows cups and papers and stuff in those areas where where we have plantings and things and if we don't have someone to clean it out, it's a problem. Now, as far as the purity of the water going into the river, I have a concern that I've expressed over a number of years, and has nothing to do with Evergreen, but has everything to do with the cleanliness of the water that's going into the Rouge River, and that is all of the septic tanks on the west side of the city that no one is looking at and inspecting to find out if they're actually doing what they're supposed to do and filtering the water so that the water that comes out the end of the tile fields is clean enough to be absorbed at an agricultural rate into the ground. And I have a strong suspicion that things aren't as good as they possibly are. So what we're doing is we're really kind of turning our back to what I consider a pretty serious problem and struggling over 40 by 80 piece of property that probably will save a lot less And in order, you know, it has to be a 1.9-inch rain in order to accumulate the amount of water in the bioswale that we, you know, that was used in the example. So, frankly, I'm not against the bioswale, and I can live with the bioswale. But the thing that I'm having a concern about is, do we continue to build things that take away from our curb appeal? Because as people drive down the street and they see things that has paper in it or leaves, or it's not well kept, and that's the concern that I have. And I haven't heard anyone say that this will be maintained at a rate that we can be proud of it. As proud of it as when we cut the ribbon as we will be, you know, a year or two down the street. There's one other question that I have, and that's about some of the plantings in the bioswale, and that's by Burnham. It has blueberries on it. Are those edible berries?
For birds.
Pardon?
For birds can
Well,
eat them.
they're big. If there's no fence around it, kids are going to be over there too.
Yeah, but they wouldn't eat those berries. We have
they
ripe.
won't?
Not my kids.
You're going to stake your reputation on the fact that
Sure.
kids won't?
I don't
Some
think.
kid won't?
I have them right in the courtyard, right at the Berg, and people eating them has not been a problem.
Okay. I'm not a real fan of hanging something out that's an attractive nuisance for young kids.
Certainly.
Are they poisonous?
No.
She said birds can eat them, are they harmful?
No, they're not considered poisonous. They're just not blueberries, you know. It's not takes.
The blueberries.
So,
They're blue, but they're
bottom
not
line
blueberries.
is, I can live with a bioswale if it's going to cost us $115,000 to, and down the road we're going to have to do it anyhow.
All right. At this point, I'd like to open my. First of all, I felt that the staff was very creative, and I give them kudos for coming back with an alternative. This is environmentally, this is the right thing to do. We can't keep letting, every community has to contribute. There are pollutants on that road from car fluids and oils, particles from tires, and then we throw salt down. And we just can't keep turning our back on this. I take it very seriously that this is a responsibility that we have for the future. And, you know, we're polluting this planet at an incredible rate. My understanding at this rain garden, I don't even call it a bioswale. It's sort of a retention, a detention pond, not a retention, in a major storm event. It's very low maintenance. We will be able to mow the grass, and like all around the Civic Center, we have people who pick up litter when there's litter. I'm also very concerned about SEMCOG. We scored well on the grant because we put in these environmental features. We all need, we all talk about finding alternative sources of revenue that we don't have it here. This was great to get this additional money. It's helping us do many other things on Evergreen Road to give us a sense of place. I don't want to burn SEMCOG. I'm concerned with our credibility. As far as the pavers go, I've seen them in many, many, many places. And one of the things that happens along the edge of the road is salt spray. Salt splashes up on the edge of the road, burns the grass, and then you have dirt. You don't have nice lawns. So here you put a paver down, it filters the road pollutants, the salt, and at the same time, you don't have damage to grass because it's not there. My vote is to support both of these. I think that it's the right thing to do. I think that, I'm proud of our staff, I'm pleased with our staff to come back with a plan that is viable. And I did have some reservations about a bioswale up and down Evergreen and how that might look. This I don't have any reservations about. I think that with a gently sloping, kids could still play in it unless there's a foot of water. It's not like we're totally taking the space away. And I live here too. I just don't see a lot of people ever on that property, that particular piece of property. So personally, I think we should go for both of these options and keep the grant intact. So Mr. Percassi, we're back to you.
First of all, let me just say this, that we don't talk about a score. You know, and I guess a big thing that I have done, I've been with SimCog for 40-some years, the executive committee. And I'm saying to you that they are lenient to other communities each and every time we give them money. They do it every single day. And I don't know who, I'm sorry, but I don't really talk to, but if they couldn't convince him without SimCog, frightening them that, Southfield's going to not score so well. I'll score better than any community in this entire area. I'll score better. And there's no one that knows the environment. Just because you got a title doesn't mean that you know anything about the environment. I mean, I raised on a farm. Environment I touched every single day. All right? And I know about perennials. I know about these flowers. I don't know if there's a foot of water going to stay in this thing. If you build a retention pond in this city, you have to have a fence by ordinance. All right? And if that thing holds more water than you anticipate, you better have a fence around it. And yes, kids do from the church play on that. They use that piece of land that is the only level piece of land we have left on this site. The cost of the city is $76,000. So we're not getting free. Nobody's standing up here saying, I'm going to give you free flowers. So you're going to pay $76,000 to put on that site to level it off or whatever. But when you use a slope and you have the bottom that you're going to have for that water to penetrate it, you're going to have a weed cutter to go around the edges to keep it neat. So it's going to take labor. It's going to take cutting and weed whipping and everything else. And when we see a house that has a rain garden in its front yard, we think that's neat. And we can pass an ordinance. So you might have to come pay $500 for a permit and have a plan submitted to the city what kind of flowers you're going to put in your rain garden. And we pass that. All right? So we don't let people who live in the city do what we're doing here. The other thing is that why didn't we think of maybe we have open space next door here? Why don't we put this thing that they're going to put over here in a golf course? I mean, it becomes a nice piece of thing in a golf course. You got the land there. You're not taking away flat land from anybody. It's just as easy to put it there than it is there. I mean, it doesn't matter where you take the sewer water or where you put the drainage. You just have to have a place for drainage to go. And so I really don't know why it can't be on the golf course. But anyways, I am not ashamed of all the things that this city has done for the environment and the things that we have approved and the cost and the money that we have spent to maintain all these properties. And I will pit Southfield against almost every community, and maybe Ann Arbor would probably be one that would touch us. And that would be the only one. And I am not going to apologize to SimCog or anybody else, because I'm going to take a 40 by 80 piece, and they're going to hold all of this against me because I didn't put 4 times 80. I said, this doesn't count anymore. We go on to the next game that's being played. And I guess I just, council, I just get really tired when we don't fight for the city. They're not involved with, they don't get involved with the negotiations at SimCog. Now, I'd love to have been in that room and have the conversation I'm having with this council on what we have done in this city. And they tell me they're going to deplete my score. I mean, they're building a mass transit that goes nowhere. I mean, that's what SimCog's doing. What, now they want to tax me to put a transit that's going nowhere? Now you can come within 5 miles of a city. And they're not going to put nothing through this city. But I'll tell you, if this goes through, I'm going to ask the administrator, ask these same people who are pushing this, to get off their butts and get Telegraph Road done, get Lasher Road weed out of there, get the US 10.
May I interrupt there?
Go ahead.
On Telegraph, Mary?
This is 5 years now,
She's got a report on it, because I brought the same thing up during council president. Can you give us,
right now.
Mr. Perkowski about
we are fighting with MDOT, as Councilman Perkowski knows we have been for years here during this project. Right now, they wanted to put it out to bid without new topsoil and, not using some of our requests. So we rejected that complete spec and that was just last week. And so it's going out to bid, so we get new topsoil and our own seed mix that's salt tolerant, and, to bring it back to the way it was for the last 15 years before this project.
Okay, but let me just say this to you, Mary, that I walked Lasher Road with the staff people from Oakland County, and I seen them put asphalt in the approach instead of concrete. I seen them put weeds in instead of sod. I seen them using larger stones and asphalt on the approaches than the regulations simplified or the specifications indicate. So my attitude is I talk to the boss himself, and when he tells me that he's satisfied that we waited 5 years when they cut the water line, 5 years to get water to the islands that they cut, they should be sued for damages for all the plantings that were there that were ours. The people paid assessment dollars to maintain that integrity of those islands, and they get nothing for it. And those things that we even planted knowing there was no water are all dying. And I don't know what Great Lakes does over there, because there's not much to do. You just let it continue to rot. And nobody goes to Lasher Road and tells them what weeds are as opposed to grass. Curb appeal, I always thought that, people come Birmingham, come down Southfield, we're the only city that's got beautiful paved streets until you look at the sides. And you got weeds going over the sides already, over the curbs. So I just want, in US 10, go out here and look by Civic Center Drive and the Expressway, where they have the sides coming down. I don't know what they planted, but they needed attention. And it's all dead. It's all dead. And we worry about what Microsoft looks at, and you say, oh, this tree should have been pulled out. It's dead. They didn't replace the tree. They just took the dead tree out. There's no landscape. You go in other cities and see what kind of landscaping they did when they tore up their highway, what they did here. Zero.
No, we agree with you.
So all I'm trying to say is, I want to talk to the head man at SimCog when we meet with them, and not necessarily now because, they've already negotiated something. But I get tired of talking to staff people and they la-di-da and tell me about my score that we're not fit for this kind of lousy money with $170,000? What's the amount, $170,000 they're giving me?
$114,000.
Oh, $114,000 you're telling me my score's no good. You know, it's gonna cost me $76,000 to get $114,000.
60/40.
Yeah, but anyway, I'm
Go to Myron next.
Yeah, you know, listening to the conversation around the table, one of the things I think that we ought to have learned from this is, I think, for me anyhow, I think we're trying to shut the barn door after the horse is gone. I mean, it's, the plan was already made, and then we decided that that's not the plan we wanted. But it seems to me the sales job should have come before it went to SEMCOG, that we agreed on what the whole plan is. Just an observation. But my real question is, with these two features, and Ken said that there's pollutants on when it rains, there's pollutants on the road, and there is, there's oil, there's whatever falls off cars and collects on the roads. But the brick pavers are only going to get a small piece of that, and that's what splashes up on past the curb when you're driving down. Pardon me?
Or directly falls.
Yeah, but that's not. But that is not anything off the road. Okay, and so it's going to get very little of the pollutant that comes off the road into the brick pavers, except when a car drives down a curb lane and splashes it up on it, and that's only a piece of it. And I don't know what percentage of the total water on the road is going to be filtered through the pavers. The second piece is on this 40 by 80 piece. I'm not real sure where all the water's coming from, other than the rain that falls in the immediate vicinity of the 40 by 80 piece.
No, it's coming from the library north to 11 Mile, it's from the street.
How does it get there from the street? How does it, that's elevated from the street, how does it get up there?
From about the mid-block crossing where the plaza's gonna be,
Yeah.
to Coral Gables, the storm sewer design would be designed to come to the rain garden and give it pre-treatment at the rain garden, and then it would go back out through the 60-inch storm sewer, the runoff drain, once it's gone through treatment.
Okay, stop. Now, how does it get, I mean, water flows better downhill than it does uphill. And in order to get into the rain garden, it's got to get from the storm sewer up to the, how's it going to do that?
So it drains by gravity from the road into the rain garden, and then...
Are you saying the road is higher than the rain garden?
Oh, yes. The rain garden is 8 feet into the ground.
But it's got to get over it's got to get something's not making...
Under the rain garden
Pardon?
under the rain garden will be plant materials, and it will have an underdrain.
It's coming up through the bottom?
No, it comes in on the top, and it builds up, it runs across the rain garden, and it will sit in the rain garden for up to 48 hours as it filtrates through the soil and down into the underdrain system, and then out the 60-inch sewer.
I don't have any problem with water in the rain garden, water going down through the soil into the sewer. I'm trying to figure out how does it get into the rain garden to start with.
From the catch basins on the road, and the storm system that was going to go to the 60-inch pipe would be diverted to go to the rain garden.
By a pipe.
By a storm sewer.
The 60-inch will take some of the stuff off the campus here.
But it's still, to me, it's uphill. What am I not visualizing?
It's actually not uphill, it's actually, we have to put slope on the pipe to make it drain to the 60-inch. So all these storm sewers are already sloping to the 60-inch. So the real issue is, do we connect it to the 60-inch, or do we take another 2 feet of pipe and we turn it out into the rain garden and let it come back to the 60-inch? They're already sloping to get to the 60-inch pipe. That is the outlet for the road.
The water is coming in through the catch basin on the side of the road, so it's not up. So, on water coming in, when it goes in there, there is a pipe that's pushing the water through to the road.
Does it have an outlet then in the garden area, right?
And then it has an overflow, if it gets too deep, it flows back, overflow, and back into the 16-inch, and lets that last 5 feet sit there and filtrate through the soil.
You're the engineer, I just cannot see it. I can't see it, so, I admit that I'm not an engineer, and,
Don't play one on TV.
but I just know water doesn't flow uphill by itself.
We have similar things like at Springhaven Village, there's a whole pond in the center of that, and it only goes so high, and then the water goes right into the storm. There's that fountain, you don't really see it, but on the Springhaven condos.
If you were saying that you're collecting it all from the lawn to go into that, I'd say fine. But to collect it from a catch basin to get into the thing, I just can't visualize it, so I'm the only one around the table apparently can't visualize it,
I'd
so.
be happy to draw you a sketch or whatever you like to.
No, that's, we've already spent way too much time on this. So, so that's, okay.
The mayor asked to speak next.
Let me just, the other question that wasn't answered is how much water treatment of the road will go through this rain garden? And it's about 25% of the road. The runoff from the road will go through this. The other question that was asked was why not at the golf course? Because we were told, we looked at every opportunity along the road, and we were told not to impact the golf course, okay? To stay off of the golf course, to stay off of the front lawn, and where might there be an opportunity to do something that might make Semcog happy for water quality. There's only 2 places, and this is one.
Who started the golf course?
Stay off the golf course.
Basically, staff said that we don't want to go on the golf course. And if you would let us go to the golf course, it would be a nice thing to do.
It sure should cut down on other conversations.
It'd be a nice thing, yeah.
Would be an extra trap. I don't know if it is.
Hazard.
Yeah.
So we could go to the golf course.
You gotta worry about the why? Well, anyway, I wanted to just put this on the table. When I was in Frankenmuth, just recently, and those of you who've been there, their downtown is just on both sides, just beautiful landscaping and flowers. And so as a mayor, I found the mayor and said, how do you maintain it? And he said, we have 2 women, and that's the only thing they're not city employees. They're 2 people that we pay, and it takes them a week to go from the front to the end, and then they start back again. And we always think about paying staff and benefits and whatever, and I think we miss an opportunity to be inclusive. There are some people that would love to have that job, to just play with flowers and to we have people now who just pick up trash off Main Street. You'd be surprised. Lincoln Road. This guy says every week he goes and he picks up trash. It's the only thing I ask is if I put the bag out here, will you please pick it up? And so we sometimes we get stuck in that, and we are not the most embracing of volunteers, and we need to have a shift in our city to understand that great cities and beautiful cities have volunteerism. And then if you just go down to Grand Boulevard in front of the Fisher, every boulevard has a plaque on it, maintained by a company. And that company pays so much money to maintain and keep that planet and beautiful. And I agree, the council voted, we will have a beautiful median. I've seen streets, I'm trying to think if it was Northfield or Rochester Hills, where they have the pavers along the main street. And so to me, it cuts down on maintenance because you don't have to cut that. And it's the trees, and then there's the pavers, and then there's the sidewalks, and then there's just spotted flowers. And I was just in downtown Chicago. Instead of planting flowers into the ground, they have these beautiful planters. Those of you who've been downtown Chicago know. It's a planter with a piece of etched glass behind it, and it's different kind of, so it's art as long as a stationary planter. So it's not in the ground where you have to be digging it up, and, you know, the mayor said they have a bunch of volunteers to do that too. So, you know, I really wish we could move on from this. I can see some benefit in all this. If we can do it on the golf course, for crying out loud, do it, and then we can get it. It's a great ideal, Don, you had to, why don't we do it on the golf course? But it's not a bad thing. It will help the environment. Yes, we have done a lot. Can we do more? It's an opportunity right in front of us. So why don't we consider doing more? It wouldn't be a bad thing for us to be a city that has stepped up and said, in addition to everything that we do, we're going to be a leader again. And we're going to say we have an opportunity here. And that we can beautify, we're going to have a beautiful medium. We didn't want the biofuels. There was a vote on that. And as Councilwoman Jordan said, even if you went with just one of the features, enhancing that. And I think we got a win-win. I know there's a lot of emotions here, but we had an opportunity to be Southfield, to be leaders, and to do what we need to do with the environment. We have some wonderful suggestions on the floor, and let's just do it, and then let's start embracing some, including what makes the city great is when you involve the residents. When you only have the paid staff doing things to beautify the community, and people say it's not my job, but when they have to put their hands in it, and they plan it, they take pride in it, and they become ownership. So that's my suggestion.
Just to piggyback on what you said, with the ozone in the first place, they adopted that little piece of island in Wilton Drive, we landscaped it, you know, and that could happen in a lot of places.
I had one neighborhood association picnic I went to, and their cul-de-sac, they wanted to know if they could do urban gardening.
Yeah.
They wanted to plant a garden and have everyone in the cul-de-sac have, I said, wow, I've never had anyone ask that. I don't know if we can't do it, I have to find out, but, I mean, people want to have ownership.
Well, I'm afraid to raise the next question, but Ms. Tressel, what would it take to revise this and put this on the golf course, especially considering you have a deadline?
Or the front lawn.
I'd like to know why staff doesn't want on the golf course.
Why would it?
It's not important now. I don't
I think it is.
Go ahead.
Yeah. We're at a point where we need to move forward for the grade inspection. What SEMCOG is telling us is they want to see something incorporated. We're going to do what it takes to meet what this body wants us to do and meet the deadline. So if you say no to here, then and go to the golf course, then we'll work with staff and everybody to get that down there, and we'll talk it over with SEMCOG and say, can't go where we originally talked about, but it can go down here. I'm sure they would be thrilled with that, okay?
What about Mary Town?
We can put it there. We can put it wherever this body wants us to put it. We just heard that don't go on the front lawn, so we're trying to get the transformers off, and it is the front lawn. We heard the golf course was kind of a sacred piece of land and not to go there. So then you look on the whole corridor of what's available, and there's only a couple of spots. There's only a couple of spots.
I think the front lawn, it would be a beautiful landscape piece, so nobody's walking on that.
Why, I'd like to know why staff doesn't, I mean, if there's a legitimate reason other than just the sacred land, what's wrong with putting it on the golf course? If there's something wrong with it,
I think that's a good question, Ms. Seymour. I think it was the staff here that you don't mess with the golf course.
Untouchable sort of a thing?
Exactly.
And we should also say that when you go to the golf course, you'll get less volume because the sewers aren't as deep. Okay, so it takes more area to spread it out and get more water treatment and that type of stuff because the sewers are not as deep in the ground to allow the rain garden to drain out. The south end is shallower than what the 60-inch will be on the north end.
Would the Mary Thompson Farm have the same problem?
Yeah, it's not that it can't be done, it's not that it can't be done, and the water volume can be reduced, okay?
That defeats the purpose.
Who owns that property right at the corner of 696 and Evergreen Road?
We do.
So why don't we put it there? It's north.
I understand, but it's at the north end of your pipe, okay, your storm sewer?
It's too north.
Yeah, your storm sewer is going through the Travelers Tower to get to the Rummel Drain. And that's the ideal spot because you got the most depth in your outlet.
Well, it's true about I-696, it's still a... Oh.
You give me permission, we'll go tomorrow.
Okay, so, is there anybody else that has anything to say about this? All right, now, yes.
Is there anything we can do with all of this grant money to beautify the roundabouts, to make them stunning? Is there anything in what we're talking about now?
There is, but you're gonna lose the 114 if you don't do the pavers and the spring garden. So we've already got stuff.
Or not.
No, it's fine, it can be both.
No,
But
you
so
can
we
do
lose-
one.
so we lose
without
it.
the other.
Oh,
You
yeah,
can do one
absolutely,
without
absolutely.
the other.
What I'm saying is, it's not either or, it could be one, both, or none. So,
So we lose it.
I hope I can do this. But, how many, let me just go around the room. Yes,
I just want to mention that, Gary, can you talk about the difference in water volume between the two treatments? That's the only
I
thing
don't know
that,
what area is available to speak to that volume. I don't know.
like
how
the
much-
sidewalk treatment, it's like
Oh, the
2,000,
sidewalk is a couple
Right here,
thousand cubic feet.
2,000.
2,000 compared to
32.
32. Yeah, so it's a great difference between the two.
It's huge.
okay. So, unless somebody's got a better idea, I propose that, we go around the room, and we say one, both, or none. And if it's, one, then specify which one, okay?
You're braver than I
Yeah. So, Mr. Capone, one, both, or none, and if it's one, which one is it? And which one is it? Is it the rain garden?
It's under my head.
The pavers are one, and the rain
Where
garden
the
is the other.
pavers go? I mean, what distance the pavers go?
800 feet.
Between the roundabouts.
Between the roundabouts. It's a couple feet,
And
help
there's
us
no
out
grass
here.
then, is that
Couple-
correct?
Right.
Couple
No
feet
grass,
of
all
pavers.
pavers.
Couple feet of
It
pavers.
is very attractive, and you have the salt factor.
No, but I'm asking, and in the right of way that's left, it's from the sidewalk to the curb,
Right.
is that all pavers?
No.
It might not live is the only thing, because of
2 feet of
the salt,
pavers.
but I think you could probably get a grass to grow.
I'll go with the pavers.
All right, so,
Or a golf course primarily.
all right, Don Pavers, okay.
I just might have put a pump in and pump it up and in.
And golf.
Mike would like that.
All right, Ms. Seymour.
Well, because there's such a difference of the gallons of water, 15,000 with the pavers and 240,000 with the rain garden, I'm gonna say I won't really want one, but it would be number 2.
Okay, so, you are, rain garden.
Right.
Okay.
Where, is that in that location?
Well,
Well, can we come back to that?
All right,
Okay, okay.
Okay, go ahead.
Let's just try to get one,
Go
two,
ahead.
and
I mean,
none.
aesthetically, I agree with Don, but I'm looking at the volume of water.
You can say both.
You can say both.
But I don't like number 1.
Okay.
Both.
All right, thank you. And that was you?
Since I can't decide, both.
Okay. Ms. Jordan.
I say one.
All right. And I say both. So we have,
We have everything.
Yeah. Yeah.
Number one, what is that? No.
Yeah.
No.
both. All right.
No.
Of John?
No.
Each one is a 5-to-1.
Everybody wants the pavers, right?
Not John.
No.
Except for John, I mean, other than I've seen the pavers other places, and they can be very, very attractive. All right, so we're gonna have the
Don't
pavers.
self-expose.
All right? All right,
You got to do it.
now we have Moss, Fraser rather, and Cyber, who said they'd like the, rain garden, as well, and, Ms. Seymour said she'd like the rain garden. Okay, so we have 4 votes actually for the rain garden. Now, we have the discussion of where the rain garden should go. Okay? So, we'll go around the room again.
This is a no-win.
This is the teacher in me.
I feel like now that there's a way where we're not gonna even have the rain garden, even though we decided.
So we have the rain garden. We have 4 votes for the rain garden. So,
Just
Mr.
wait.
Bacazzi, I'm gonna ask you,
Golf course.
and let me write this down here, a golf course or, North Lawn. Okay.
What? No, I don't want North Lawn.
No.
He's writing down the choices.
Okay. So, you're on the golf course.
Don't forget to do hash marks, because we don't want to recount.
We're double checking here.
Ms. Seymour, golf course or North Lawn? Again, we capture more water on the North Lawn, less on the rain garden, or less on the golf course.
Well, that would be number 2 on your sheet, and I do think that's the best, I think that's the most practical, even though I understand the aesthetics. It's still
North Lawn.
right here, right.
Okay. All right. Mr. Moss.
The case has best been made for the North Lawn,
All right.
but I don't care.
Being defended. Mr. Fraser.
I don't think it's gonna work anyhow, so golf course. Still don't think water can run uphill.
I know this is gonna happen.
Now we don't have a rain garden because you're gonna be North Lawn.
I think you should go on the North Lawn.
And that's 3-3.
Yeah.
Now we don't have one.
So, Mr. Fraser, would you consider North Lawn?
Sure.
All right, so now we have North Lawn. We have, 4 votes for North Lawn.
I still don't think it's gonna work.
We'll show you how it works.
Okay.
All right, that was the work.
We have both of them, right?
Yeah, we have Pavers and North Lawn. All right?
And since we're talking about this whole, bring up one thing,
Sure.
is there anything that we can do to spruce up these roundabouts?
Well, we
They're beautiful.
lawn,
That's
that'll
part of the
cover
land.
but I don't know if the lawn will live.
Plus,
Cornfall.
we're talking, and donations are going into this Barbara Davis Memorial Fund of money for public art that could go.
But you have to be careful what you put in the roundabout.
I know that. I'm just telling you, there's a potential here.
Yeah. They should be.
No decisions made, but donations are going to the community foundation.
I totally agree with Mr. Councilman Frazier's analysis. Where we could have saved some pain here is when the subject came up, where there wasn't a logical relationship. Okay, when we first applied for the grant, we talked about beautification landscape. The grant would approve and help pay for certain features of the project, such as site furnishings, landscaping, and walkways. I don't think we should have assumed that people would understand that could include a vinyl swale.
You're quite right.
So we should have come back to
We
council.
were told street enhancement, benches, little decorative things. We were never told, any kind of environmental features.
So that's what'll happen in the future.
there was.
It'll be a
that's
return
not
to
true.
council, and there'll be bullet points for each grant application, and when there's a significant change in the elements, it comes
Not
back
true.
to council.
Okay,
They
so,
were shown
we have one
prior.
item left on our,
Mr. Chairman.
agenda.
Ken,
Yes, is there another?
Before we leave this,
Yeah.
what are we doing about some more trees? I know the pavers, we do get trees, right, with the pavers?
Right.
So, what do we, I mean, we want to make sure that we have
Carla,
enough
do you want to
trees.
talk about more trees?
Well, the pavers and it's kind of a package where you have just instead of, in the lawn extension, that would be recessed slightly, and that would run that whole 800-foot length. Is that right, Carrie? Yeah, the pavers come with the trees, the small trees on both sides.
Right.
Even if you didn't do it, I mean, you still have small trees on both sides because of the landscape design.
Manicured look.
Yeah, it'll have a manicured look, whether you want it, maybe some of it ground cover and some of it shrubs and flowers, or you can just have all ground cover. I'm not sure that grass would survive.
Manicured look is key, right?
Yeah, manicured look. It's probably a combination of grass, ground cover, shrubs, and flowers, but not one thing solid. I mean,
Manicured look is the key.
manicured look is the key.
Let's do away with grass altogether.
Keep that in mind.
All right, we're
Let's
going to
do away
move
with grass
on
altogether. Let's
to,
cover
gentlemen, you got your marching
golf
orders.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, so we're going to move on to the, disposition of the former Ramada Inn property. Now, this shouldn't take long because this went through Finance Committee, and we do, Mr. Fraser, or Mr. Percotti, would you like to share the recommendation?
Too mixed up.
It's up and down. Would you share with us the recommendation of the Finance Committee regarding the Ramada Inn property? I believe that this was reviewed at your committee.
I don't know what you're referring to, the discussion with OCC?
Yeah.
Well, the thing is, OCC would make us whole, it would cost us nothing, and they would pick up the tab for everything. And we'd be out, the Ramada dumpster out there.
Okay. So, Mr., thank you for that report. I can't top it. I'm trying to move it along here.
The limits are up to 2.2 million,
So we don't discuss this for
and
now.
we will come in below 2.2. So the bottom line is our costs are going to be covered by OCC.
That's the proposal.
That's
The
the
contract
proposal.
provides that they would pay us everything that we paid for those back taxes, which was a little shy of $500,000, and they would pay all those demolition costs that we've incurred, or about to incur, but the total cap would be $2.2 million.
We're looking at a high number for the total cost of the demolition and everything, electronics, the removal of the ETE, and all that. 1.6 is 500 for the purchase of the original taxes. So we're at 2.1, and then that's a real safe number.
And the other thing that was stated, but was not really put in writing, was that if, in the future, Rutland would be relocated to be parallel to 9 Mile Road, that they would participate in that.
Well, they have not included that as a condition in this agreement.
No, but I think that was a side.
Right. The only condition they want to do, they're environmental, and they want to do title work and standard survey type, so it's pretty much standard real estate contingencies that would be in there. They have 120 days to decide if they do want to buy the property. They can do their due diligence.
All right, and we did mention something about the streetscape on 9 Mile, or whatever they do.
I've heard that. I mean, if we want to counter them back and say something about the street, they have to participate in whatever street
Well,
they...
the DEA,
right.
now they've got frontage on 9 Mile.
Right.
I would think that would be important to us.
Yeah, but that wasn't part of the deal.
I know it's not.
And that's what threw the wrench into it last time.
Yeah.
So the deal is clean.
No, I'm not talking about
Okay.
holding property. I'm talking about anything they do on 9 Mile would be in conformance with the EDA's streetscape plan that runs the whole length. It's not about anything but. Mayor?
There's no discussion about commercial development along 9 Mile Road?
No.
and we're willing to walk away from that?
That's the recommendation of the finance committee.
I just don't see why we would do that. If we are giving I agree, I support OCC and I want them to have the land, but we also had that discussion about the frontage and the possibility of development.
So that's gone, that piece, that the frontage is to the east of Rutland, that's gone. The only part we're talking about is everything west of Rutland.
Exactly.
Yeah.
I'm still talking about the frontage on 9 Mile Road, and we talked about that at the meeting, and we said that we were going to look at that as well as Lawrence Tech, because that was an opportunity. So is that, I'm not willing
I may be
to let that
mistaken,
go.
but I think that, we're past that now.
I don't think so.
Well,
I don't think
maybe
so.
you do, but, yeah, I'm sorry.
I'm just wondering, does Mr. Southfield have any
Yeah.
more? Because he was part of this.
No, I think we,
No,
I don't think we have the support for that anymore,
Report from where?
around this table.
I don't know about that.
Wait, how you saying
I know you
that?
do.
You haven't even had
Well,
that
I know what the
discussion with
finance
us.
committee, has
But that's,
recommended.
I'm sorry, but the finance committee is a recommending and not a
And
deciding.
I happen to agree with it, so there's four votes.
I'm sorry, what the question was?
And we're not gonna go all night.
Well, we will if we need to discuss.
All right, Mayor.
One more
Mr.
time,
Pavers,
I'm sorry. Question,
What about the discussion about economic development along the frontage of that piece of property? We talked about that.
I mean, it
The
would
question,
be-
I think, is holding back some of the property for the city, is that what you're, to be more clear? Holding back some of the property that faces 9 Mile, they would take the back of the property, we would keep the front for, retail or commercial development. And that was discussed here, especially with the other parcel, but
it was my recollection of a meeting held between several of the parties here, and Mr. Ong is here with representing the college, is that the college wanted to have almost all the property. And so I don't believe that there would be any
What is
problem.
almost all?
The entire 5 acres or 4 point.
Well, where's the discussion? You're here representing Lawrence Tech.
No.
I mean, OCC, I'm sorry. So, is there the ultimate to do development, commercial development? We had a lot of discussions about an LLC and all that. So, I need to hear if that is now not an option, because we left the room and it was an option.
Again, I'm Dave Long with Aquest, the advisor to OCC. And I recall the conversation, obviously we were present. We are not shutting out or reverse to commercial development. Not only on 9 Mile, but, you know, within the complex as a site plan evolves.
Okay.
However, we just are not in a position to encumber, you know, the unknown, if you may, as we try to put this together. But to the extent that it's in everybody's best interest, including ourselves,
Yes.
you know, we are certainly not ruling out commercial anywhere, be it, you know, on the 9 Mile frontage, you know, or for that matter, you know, within the complex itself. We just, right now, are working with a blank sheet of paper. You know, we have an awful lot of planning to do, all of which we will share with this body, but we are not ruling it out. We just do not want to be, you know, we do not want to encumber the purchase agreement, you know, to that effect.
So how, to our city attorney, how do we take him at his word and validate that?
Well, Mayor, that's what, way back, there was a discussion of we would carve out the frontage, and we would sell all but the frontage, and then we would
Right.
control the frontage, and we could, if that's what the council wanted to do, then there would be retail.
Right.
But their offer, and we need to respond to this offer, is for the entire piece under those terms, and there's nothing in here that provides you keep a piece and you do, no, they want the whole, that's what this offer says. We'll take the whole piece. So, could we counter back? We could, and say, we'll keep the so many retail, so many square feet on the front. That's an option. We could say, you're required to, you know, rezone the frontage to retail, and you could counter back however you want. But I don't know what the receptiveness is of the college to those kind of proposals. I know that was discussed at your meeting, and I got the sense that was not something, that they didn't want to restrict that piece of land.
That was not what was said.
Okay.
That was not what was said.
Okay.
So if that was communicated, that's not what was said. Fred, did you want to say something?
Yeah, I was in the room, and I do recall conversations that, in my mind, I walked away with that the college would make best effort. Relative to the purchase agreement we have today, it references the RC zoning. We may want to make a counter that says best effort as defined by our ODD, overlay development district, which begins to speak to some of the design elements that the mayor's talking about. I think the other thing that's not being discussed is the college is simply not in a position to share their full vision yet. But what was discussed, when you go in the main campus of the college, you have elements in that building that function like a mall. We've got the little retail store and that, and it may be as part of the design element that maybe that has a street front and begins to create that appearance. The other thing that was also discussed, that when I reviewed the agreement over the weekend, was there was some discussion about a couple art pads, that somewhere as the design and the development, that the college would maintain some type of space that would be part of an open space placemaking element. I think there was even, I looked at my notes over the weekend, there was a clip that the college has, they need to do something with their ceramics department or something.
Yeah.
So those were the things. I think the RCC, a reference to the ODD, that it would pick up those design elements. And there are a couple things that the college has that could front possibly on the street. In the end, we do have control over the site planning process. We might counsel that.
And that, to be respectful of the fact, I know you have a board and you have a process, and I understand that and respect that. But I don't want the purchase agreement to say that we are no longer interested in commercial development. Because to me, if we sign that purchase agreement as is, that means that there is absolutely no desire on the city's part to have commercial development. And that's what I'm trying to get. And if it's implying that you use those guidelines, but I don't want us as a city to just say, you have the land, now we go home.
Okay.
Because we did have some clear expectations that we talked about. And I want to be respectful of the college need to have time for planning and everything else, but how do we solidify that, yes, we will sell you the land with the faith and trust that you will use the opportunities hopefully to do some commercial development. And I understand that the world is what it is, but I would be totally opposed to signing something without us having that on it.
Well, I'm sure we could craft something, that speaks to our willingness and intent to consider.
Yes.
But, effectively what we're doing is building a campus here. This is the smallest of our 5 campuses.
I know.
And we're trying to create a campus environment.
I know.
And we're going to...
we see a win-win when we talk about that. So this is not us being on opposite ends. It will serve your community as well.
Yeah, we don't have, obviously for all the plans that have been bandied about, some of them by their very nature, are going to be commercial on the tax roll, operations. Of all the things that are being discussed, we need to be starting with a blank piece of paper. We can certainly put some language, in the purchase agreement, and work with your council, on intent, cooperation, site plans that we would review with you.
I would be satisfied with that. I just think that there's a wrong message if we just sign it and say.
No.
It's like such a natural to have that.
Yeah.
It would be part of it.
No, I think we could craft some language to that effect.
Did you just state that there might be a commercial? I know it's late, that there is a possibility that there could be a commercial?
I just said, amongst the various uses being planned and people we're talking with, many of them could fall, outside of the not-for-profit realm, which would put them on the tax roll.
Therefore, they could be taxable. That's what I wanted to clarify.
Yeah, that...
Okay, because there was a discussion last week that Al and I had, and I thought maybe but that clarifies what my note said. Okay.
So, Mr. McCarthy, you have the right.
So the reason we had the meeting at Sidewalk was to find out why there was some bitterness in the past negotiations to get everything down to clean air and to make it simple and find out what they wanted to do and what our, what we wanted to get done. And so I believe, I refer maybe to the notes that somebody took, but the whole thrust of that meeting was to make sure that we had a clean deal out of that meeting. And I think there's a matter of OCC not being wanted to be told that they're putting up the money, and part of that was, Jim knows this, that they were gonna make us completely whole.
And they have.
To give them a clean slate, and we back up, we go home. And that, well, that was because the chairman said at one point, Mayor, is that he might want to have exposure to the university from 9 Mile Road, if you remember.
And we left with the understanding that can be worked out at a later date.
Yeah, but that's just a matter of trust.
I'm not disagreeing with you. It's a matter of trust, but it's business. I trust you, but
Well, I'm a
with
businessman too, but I'm not going to screw around with
It's
this
late.
thing yet and say that we now want to renegotiate this thing.
We're not renegotiating.
Well, you are.
That's not what I'm saying.
What, you asked
It is
for them to
done.
redo the contract?
Don, I know what I said.
Well, are you asking her to redo the contract?
That's why I said what I said, because my understanding from talking with Sylvia and Don about this and the recommendation coming out of the Finance Committee, which I happen to concur with,
Well, Ken, you could concur with it, but what would be, when we talked about this, we were very clear, the council was very clear, and the Finance Committee is recommended by, there was a meeting that was had, and you don't even see a pushback from OCC. We're not saying we will not, you cannot buy this land unless you do that, but it has to be a way that our intent or our desire is included.
All right, your point's well taken.
Okay.
I have no argument with that.
So I'm not disagreeing.
I thought, I apologize if I overstepped, but my understanding was that we were just talking about making ourselves whole. That seemed to be the number one priority. So all this money go back into the LERP fund.
And we did that.
Yes.
And we did that.
Okay. So, Mr. Attorney, then.
And there's a DDA, and the DDA has a whole plan for that corridor.
Right.
And so that's why the discussion was there, and it was the agreement made that when doing that road and lining that road up and looking at commercial development, those were the three agreements that were made. And that's why I wanted to make sure that we were still on the same page.
Yeah, I just want to make sure that, everybody will tell you.
Yeah.
We can agree to some language where we specifically are not excluding,
right,
commercial development.
And I told you, I get it, I understand.
Right.
You cannot, even as the president of your campus, he cannot. He can't.
Why not? That's not the deal, but we could.
Okay, so, yes, sir.
I do have a question, and that is, the contract that we have with the folks at Retirement Company.
Yes.
Is that ironclad? Because I understand there's a problem that they can't get dirt to fill in the hole. And if they have to go out and spend extra money, that's their problem?
Well, no, there can be change orders. Obviously, if it's something beyond what was anticipated when the agreement was developed, there can be room for change orders. But we've already felt that there's about another $100,000
That's why we put the figure
up
up
to
to
this
$1 million
cap
to
of
1.6.
2.2. Right, that there is some room there for some change orders that might happen. So if you that gives us really up to 1.7 plus the roughly 5 we put into taxes. We feel 2.2 a decent cap. It gives us some wiggle room.
And if it, you know, if they can't find it and they've got to, you know, import dirt from, you know, some far off place and it really costs a lot of money, we have to.
Well, how did we spec it then? If we spec dirt that's not readily available, well then, we shouldn't have spec'd it that way. I don't know what we spec in terms of
We're
dirt,
not gonna,
but-
I wouldn't, you want to comment.
I've talked to I've talked to Ani over at Tucker, and you're not gonna have surprises like that. I'll find out what the status is.
Jim, the last I heard is we were able to get dirt, we were going through, and we were gonna incur, I think, Sue helped me out, another $7,000 for additional engineering
I saw
costs.
$7,500 in
For
engineering.
compaction. and
Right,
that.
right.
And it's been real quiet on the site engineering the last week. But 2 weeks ago, we were concerned about where we were going to get, and it wasn't so much getting it was getting clean clay that could be compacted to the measures that are
The surrounding,
Yep.
I mean, there is somewhat of, you're right. This purchase agreement does cap it at 2.2. To eliminate any risk, we could respond back and simply say, whatever our costs are, they are. There is no cap. That's a counteroffer. I mean, again, this is their offer to us. Doesn't mean you have to
We haven't
take it.
signed it.
That's right.
Okay.
And that's what the purpose of this meeting is, to find out, you know, are there any other things that besides just being made whole that you want to see in here? Because that's pretty much it. That's what they're proposing, a clean deal.
But their proposal is based on getting all the property.
It absolutely is.
And if we start putting restrictions on the amount of property they can use.
They may say no, then we don't want
Then
the
that
deal.
would, I can see a counteroffer.
Sure. We're not paying you
I would
kind
think,
of.
So that's why I would
think
not
that
want
2.2 number is what is the number we gave
But
them.
it's have
Yeah,
something that
that was our
articulates our
number.
desire.
Okay, so I don't know that if we raised it to 2.3, that would flip the, you know, would ruin the deal.
Because your language says you cap at that, but they're only gonna reimburse us to what
Up
we
to,
pay.
correct.
So it's just an up to. So if it doesn't go to that, they will
I
not pay
understand
that.
that. You know, we will check, I will double check on the status of every number. And if we're safe at 2.2, if there's any problem with 2.2, I'll come back in a hurry.
All right, so, Ms. Ward, could you summarize what we're going to give a nod to tonight? We're not voting, but...
Well, have we agreed with the mayor's language?
Right,
that's why I'm asking her
the existing contract would simply say, subject to environmental survey, title work, which is their due diligence, and they have 120 days to conduct their due diligence, back out based on any of those things if they wanted to. Beyond that, they will then buy the property, and they will pay you up to $2.2 million, but that up to will encompass what you paid for taxes and what we paid for demolition costs to make the site grade ready. Right, and that's it, and the entire fee. No other contingencies in here, nothing of what they're gonna do with the property, nothing about a commitment to encourage retail, not encourage. It's just a straight land deal. We'll buy it, and then we'll own it, we'll do what we want with it. That's what you have in front of you. So.
Okay, and, go ahead.
Yeah, if we put the mayor's druthers in there, it can't be binding, can it?
Well, it would simply say what, I think I'm kind of gathering just that we're encouraging you, right? And, you know, we would have other leverage too. They want Rutland straightened out. So we would have reason to sit and talk about what we want as well. But we could put that, you know, our goal, or that, you know, there's been at least discussion and some kind of
We would
understanding.
encourage.
Right,
I
them
think
to
it's
do
better.
some kind of retail.
Consider, we
Right.
encourage you to
We
consider.
should do a
Oh,
side
okay.
yeah,
I heard you
right,
say
is that
that,
binding? They considered, they said no. I mean, then they
Yeah.
fulfilled the terms of the agreement.
Yeah, what I heard him say is
Right.
that, yeah, we're more than happy to consider.
Right, exactly. So, I mean, we can put that in there, but again, it's pretty loose language. Yeah, I mean, it doesn't really
So-
bind so much. But we could put that in there. I mean, obviously, they did not include that language.
Yeah.
We would have to counter that.
Well, the only value of putting it in there would be to use as leverage for working at Rutland, or something else that.
Sure, and that they would
That
know,
they wanted-
that they
that they
would know
wanted.
that
They
was
would
the
know
city's,
this.
goal was to have some retail out there.
And we'll be working hand in glove with whatever site plan they come up with.
Yeah.
You know,
You're not exempt, because, you know, we have schools where exempt. Are you guys exempt?
Is it worth, putting anything in there that could be misconstrued to mean another part of the agreement?
Well, it's, certainly we could come up with
I don't
language.
work for OCC, but I just know that, you know, you've got so many ways to enforce what goes on that piece of property that, you know.
Well, other than use, I mean, other than zoning, how they use it will be up to them.
Yeah.
But if you wanted to
What
put.
I'm saying is that, they've gotta come to the city for, you know, site plan, they've gotta come to the city for other things.
But by the same token, if there's nothing written down, everybody can get amnesia.
Mhm.
Well, you didn't tell us anything about
Mhm.
that. You know,
So
that's
it does
promises.
show
given.
the city's.
But Larry, but it's not binding.
No, I know that's not binding, but at least.
Memorializes what we discussed.
It does, because if you get all new people, they won't know anything
either
about it.
do a side letter, you know, let me run it by the chancellor, but
Yeah.
whether it's embodied in the document itself or whether we do a side letter, you know, and
Needs to be part of,
that on top with the leverage you otherwise have.
You do a lot of
And-
posing, you know what I'm talking about. I've been in tons of them.
I don't agree that.
One little sentence.
I don't agree with you that
Right.
it's clouded, but I think sometimes it is important that what was discussed is memorialized,
Yep.
and it becomes a spirit of intent.
Mhm.
Well, but this could be a separate letter.
Not binding.
Yeah,
But this is a separate letter, it's got the same amount of
Yeah, we could do a side
traction.
letter.
sure.
And you also want some language on streetscape, potentially. They would
Well,
participate.
it'd be sensitive to
But
the
that
DDA
letter should just
streetscape
include
plan.
that, but
Yeah.
it'd be something that'd be said to the board, to the chancellor, and
So
that'd
this
be.
evening, we were just airing this, we have no deal with this.
Right, I think
You're
if.
getting some direction.
Right, and then we could sit with them and say, here are the concerns that council had, and we could see if we could put
So-
something in here that we'll bring back.
So you will be bringing this.
Yes.
Yeah, and I'll discuss it with our board as well.
So we're agreeable then that we should memorialize some of the conversation and our intent for retail and sensitivity to the DDA master or street plan for 9 miles.
I was gonna say that we shouldn't forget Al, isn't it, on too, but,
Yeah.
you know,
Well, I wasn't forgetting him.
yeah.
Is there anything you need to say?
I appreciate your looking out for us. I mean, as you know, we're in a financial position where we're not collecting any revenues in our TIF, and that has hampered us to do any improvements in the district. So any tax revenue would be greatly appreciated.
Yeah, let me just say something to you. That's the city of Southfield, all right? We're just as concerned about the DDA getting money, tax dollars, revenue, so you can get some of those things done as you are.
Thank you.
All right? I mean, that's not the point. We're thinking about that part of our city as much as you are.
Well, I think we have the same objective.
Yeah.
I do want to say, our attorney will not be sitting at your board meetings to hear everything that you're saying. So this is a trust that you'll go back and let the board know that we're very excited about this, and as excited as they are and the growth of OCC. And, you know, you guys have public meetings too. You want me to come?
I appreciate that comment.
You're gonna articulate that in a separate document from this. Is that correct?
We're gonna ask the attorney to do that.
Sure. We'll come up with language and
All right.
we'll work it out, right?
Is there anything else on this topic before we move on to communications?
Good to see you. Thank you.
Well, for other items deemed necessary,
I'm
are we gonna do?
I'm gonna get that after the communications first, then we'll do other items.
Sure, absolutely.
Thank you.
Thank you for.
I'd like to call up
Staying here all
Ms.
this
Gerald
time.
to speak.
And,
Ms. Gerald is not here, let the record so know. Now we'll move on to other items, and Mr. Moss is first, then I saw the mayor's hand.
Did we have a conclusion, I missed it because of the Jewish holiday, as to, did we designate Dongducheon as sister city? Do we have that official designation? Are we gonna follow up with that? I mean, or was the series of events it?
Good question, just to ask the mayor.
It's gonna be on my report. The delegation, I think everyone that came out, the delegation, and you saw the photos, that was just part of them. They were very impressed with the city. I asked them what was their impression. They said the city was very clean, we had fresh air and open green space. And we thought that that was, very good. They want a delegation to come visit them, and we will sign the agreement when we visit. Dr. John, because to the credit of this process, they have seen us, we have not seen them. And there were some opportunities that the mayor saw when he was in our library. He said, how many children's books do you have in Korean? And we only had a few. He said, I can supply you with that. And we said we can supply you with children English books for their library. He also talked about
Something the Friends was probably pony up on?
The librarian said, yeah. And so then they talked about, he has a very strong community college, and Dr. Who's the president of? No, OCC. Reed. Dr. Reed they had a lot of conversation about the two of them having classes that work on a project base. How can we stop global warming, and there'll be a class in both campuses, and then they would exchange that and do a learning experience with that. They also talked about a possible garden in the city of Southfield that would have, if they could support Michigan plants and a piece of art, and they would do the same here in Southfield, a piece of art and a garden that would be here in our city.
Dr. Mockville made that pitch for, they have a campus in China.
Yeah. So they do not have any engineering, and Dr. Mockville said that he would be glad to go there and help their college there start an engineering program. They visit our hospital, and there was some discussion about, the Korean doctors that were there, and we talked about the common illnesses that they have a high aneurysm rate. Am I saying that right? Aneurysm. Versus us having diabetes and heart. And so it was some discussion about culture, dance, food. So he was very pleased and looking forward to us visiting. They recommended March or April of next year. And so that went well. And I think you also participated. Yes, I have two other things. I received this letter, I'm American with Disabilities, on every municipal door of this civic center, including the library or newer building, not at the city center. The police station, however, does not have any push-button automatic doors. I cannot enter the police station without assistance from another person with these heavy doors. For over a year now, I've been trying to get the city of Southfield to put those push-button automatic doors on the police station the same as the city offices. However, I was told by city officials that they are, they are grandfathered in by Michigan, but they know that they are violating the ADA. They also think they can use 2010 ADA codes on, they also do not think they can use the codes on other buildings. I am willing to go to arbitration and anything to get up this fight. I know we've had,
we're working on the numbers right now.
Okay.
Because regardless of whether we could come in under some exclusion, it's not the right thing to do.
Okay.
It's a reasonable request. I've got another similar letter about the front doors.
Yeah.
So I think it's something we need to do.
Well, one of the things about the police department is we've authorized them to do a large remodeling, and it was my understanding that you may be exempt until you do some remodeling, until you do remodeling. So it should, that should be a piece of it.
And then the second one, I live on the corner of Matriot and Senator Boulevard, and was never notified of the road being
That's been
paved.
handled.
That's been handled?
Yeah.
Okay.
I spoke to the woman, so did Mike, and the police have been out on all of her concerns. And it's, have we ever had someone complain about paving a road?
Some people don't like it.
She thinks her property values are gonna go down because we went from a dirt road to a paved road.
Some people think that adds quality to their
We have them on a regular route in terms of the litter. So we checked this week and there was virtually nothing. Just a couple pieces.
Okay.
And they look like business things, you know, not kid stuff.
You know, for years, Edward Street bought paved
Oh, yeah,
because
they did.
they wanted you to stay off the street, really your car.
Yeah, so Steve, you're right, on Ranchwood.
Yeah.
So did Garner.
Yeah, 100 lanes too, if I thought.
Mr., thank you, Mayor.
Yeah, thank you.
Great.
Mr. Frazier.
You want them to wear name tags.
Are we still on for September the 30th with Providence Hospital?
Yeah.
Yes,
We
we
have
are.
not talked about the agenda.
Actually, they just sent something late tonight, I believe it was, I guess they changed a lot of it, so I can share it with you tomorrow.
Okay.
Also, Fun Hollow wanted to have their day at
Did you
Fun
email?
Hollow. So, you'll be getting, the council will be getting the dates, and so through Nancy to coordinate that.
It's the Plum Hollow annual lunch.
I don't control that, Joan, I got a phone call.
Did they say when they were suggesting? what
They
month?
wanna do it now, yeah.
It's been September last year.
All right. Is there, anything else we need to discuss?
Mr. President,
Yeah.
I just have a quick item. In the next month, the Oakland County Road Commission is going to decide on some available funding. We got the last stretch of Evergreen, we had submitted, staff had submitted before. It is the next 4-hour complete reconstruction job. Lee and I are going to be asked, are we at the table or are we not? And we're probably looking at about 1.6 million. But, you know, this is one of these things that's happening rather quickly, extra money. Pardon?
I have a suggestion.
Sure.
Civic Center on Lusher to the lodge.
The list is gonna be what's already been submitted and what's already been rated and scored.
What about 9 Mile between Telegraph and Beach?
That's coming up. But we're gonna be asked, are we in the game or are we not?
Well, now we have the 2 million back from the reserve.
So,
we're in the game.
Well, you need to do 11 Mile Road in front of Blue Cross, that thing is.
that is scheduled for, I think, for.
But
People handling the real estate are sick about it, that people come out there.
But we're gonna be faced with the question, are we in the game or are we not?
Road between Civic Center.
Yeah, but on what road?
That's actually a county road?
Yeah, but I mean, in the pipeline.
Yep.
I heard you, but
We're in the game, but we gotta use a credit card.
What's,
And
What do you mean when you say, are you in the game?
we're gonna be asked, does Southfield want to pursue this project?
what year?
2015.
so
If this
there's a
moves
local
out-
match is really what in the game means.
And about 800,000 to $1 million bucks.
What road?
Evergreen Road from 10 to 11 Mile.
Evergreen
I'm sorry,
Road.
from 9
We're
to
gonna
10
do
Mile.
it, we're gonna do it again?
From 9 to 10,
You don't want
complete
miles,
reconstruction.
Is that the only one is that the high one on the list?
That's the highest one that's scored.
What's the total amount of the project?
It's about another $6 million project, Jim.
Okay, so it's
And we're in the hook,
20%.
we're in the hook, it's about a $5 million, and we're on the hook for 20%.
Okay.
So another $1 million bucks.
I see, we're in the game. See what I'm about.
And my recommendation, when Lee and I get into this conversation, I would always say we're in the game, then if we have to pull out later on, and after council tells us no, that's what we do.
No, you don't do time.
Let me.
Well, we buy time.
Yeah, let me say, Mr. Chairman, let me say this, that somehow, you know, and if you're dealing with Oakland County Road Commission, I mean, I hate to keep coming up with this, but that is, you know, they were supposed to put down side, and they put down these weeds. And that is, and they just, and you know what, they haven't even picked up whatever the material is that they covered the drains with, to keep the dirt out. That's still there. They haven't even picked up that from the covers, to open up the covers. And then they use a cart to bring in all their stuff, you know, and when they cleaned it up, we got a pond there, and they broke one of the posts, and they left it like that. Now we got a lake, a broken post, weeds on Lasher Road, instead of grass, and that's why nobody's cutting it. It's the worst kind of weed you ever seen. It comes up and it's spread everywhere like a blanket, and it's tough stuff. If you hit it even with a lawnmower, it doesn't cut. It knocks it over. Yeah, they've cut some of it. They've cut some of it over there, and it's all leaning over. I talked to Jerry about it. Yeah, it leans over.
So bad?
And it's not crabgrass. I mean, that sucker is some kind of a grass weed.
But on the lines, like on Lasher Road and 11 Mile, like the gas station, that's just, the gas stations aren't touching it. So are they saying that the county messed that up, so we're not going to re-landscape? Because they had re-landscaped and it was beautiful prior to the construction.
Southfield.
Yeah, and they're not touching it.
Where at?
On the corner of 11 Mile and Lasher.
Yeah, but I just looked at that today, and the other thing that they didn't do, they put down the lousy stones down there, and they didn't put anything underneath to keep the weeds down, so the weeds are coming up through the stones now.
And the same thing with the new CBS across the street. They're not
The question
doing
is,
anything.
what are we gonna do? Okay, here's our options. One, we can call and plead and ask. Two, we can do it ourselves, find out how much it would cost to do it ourselves, and do it. Or number three, okay, we can fire up a lawsuit. We seldom, if ever, get into a contest like that, because we gotta live with these folks. Okay, but I think sometimes
Can we do
are
a
not,
half and half with the businesses, especially the businesses?
our defense is good and our offense is weak.
Can we say you pay half business and we pay the other half?
We can take a look at that.
They need to, we have
I mean, we will take a look at the options. And if it looks like they need a set of papers, then I guess we'll give them one, or at least a letter. Maybe we'll start with a letter and say, these are the conditions that are unacceptable to us.
Is this the county? Mm-hmm. Why we don't use those folks that are elected to that office?
Well, I can tell you how we got the funding for Greenfield. You put on a full court press and you get about 6 or 7 letters going out. You find out who's in charge, and you get a bunch of letters.
Just like our state representatives, do we tell them to kick MDOT in the butt? Do we use our lobbyists?
We will have a drill on Lester.
When's the next no posted?
Stay tuned, we're gonna come up with a plan for Lester.
Anything else for the good of the order? If not,
Jeremy and I just discussed it. What we gotta do is spend the money, get it done, and subtract it from the money, the tax money we send to the county.
Oh, that'll
with a note on it.
A little post-it note. This is why we're. This is going
very short.
That doesn't work too well.
It works for them to mess up the road.
is there any other serious?
That was serious.
You know, then you just read the Square Lake Road to Telegraph. And that's what irks me. We don't scream, and they ignore us. They got now a white plastic farm fence, the whole length of Square Lake Road, both sides, and the sidewalk. I mean, how do other people get all these little ditties to go along with it? Same way as on Telegraph Road. Telegraph Road, they got all this beautiful landscape brick, they got all these nice post fence. They come down here and they give us asphalt. you know, I mean, I don't know who's squeaking the wheel, but I mean, maybe we have to get on somebody. I mean, just continue getting messed up like we are, you know, people don't even pay attention.
Yeah, I don't think we've gone the route of the road commissioners. I mean, these people are elected. I think the mayor might be onto something there, to put political pressure on them. They're supposed to represent us.
The road commissioners, the county commissioners.
Well, the county commissioners, but also the road
The
commissioners.
lobbyist is idling in the garage. Sometimes we need to put them to work.
Yes.
Okay, I think we've exhausted ourselves.
Okay.